Okay, as I start recording this video, we're the 18th of March 2023, and here where I find myself in the German part of France. It's 20:43 p.m. and I intend to record a video that I improvise, in a sense that I have no plan, no structure. I broadly know what I intend to talk about, but I don't know how long the video will be. I don't know when it will be published. Probably in a few days, I guess. And I haven't recorded any video since the month of December 2022. And so I speak off the cuff, as you call this in English, I think. And yeah, I will talk for a few hours, I guess. Yeah, so let us begin with the formal bureaucratic aspect. I improve a lot intellectually in terms of maturity, psychological growth, knowledge, and since I haven't published any video or recorded any video for the past 3 months, one might say, I have improved a lot, and I broadly know what I intend to talk about. I make this video for my subscribers, the select few. I have published more videos than I have subscribers. That's not very efficient in terms of result, but yeah. So maybe this is the last video that I make in these circumstances where I speak kind of randomly in a very I don't know how to define this, but yeah, because what I want to say, yeah, I have come to a point where I've spent the past 3 months working very hard on my singular self and trying to order and structure my immediate environment, and I've come to a point where I have finished cleaning my room almost. I still have work to do, but it's ordered, structured. Yeah, I've spent almost an entire year since February 2022. It's been almost in more than 12 months where I actually have tried to clean my room, and I have finally succeeded almost. So yeah, that's yeah, and yeah, so I've kept working very hard and intensely, and every waking hour except when I get really tired. So I have plans to make a few videos that I intend to record and then to publish. I don't know when exactly, but I know what I want to talk about. But this video is really improvised. But I made a few videos like this, a long conversation where I talk alone. So yeah, it's probably one of the last times where I talk alone in front of my computer, while not knowing at all if who watches this, what people understand, who they. Yeah, so here it's for my subscriber, in a sense that actually everyone can access this. That's the famous global village, the internet, everything is interconnected, everyone can access the totality of world knowledge in real time, etc. But here I imagine that the people who will watch this, at first, there are those who have been following me. I don't know who they are, because one of the things which is strange about me is that I have published an enormous amount of videos, and I have received almost no comments. I don't know who follows my videos, what they understand, why do they follow me, what do they think, not in terms of a reputation, but what do they think I am, how do people classify me? I don't want to know, but I ask myself, what do they think that I talk about? Do they follow me because I talk about Hegel, because sometimes I talk about Zizek, because I talk about libertarianism, because I talk about white people, because I talk about Apollonian Germ or Caroline, or paganism, or I don't know. I don't know what people think I am. If I had to answer, I would say I'm a process. Yeah. But yeah, I will not post the video tomorrow, or not even in the short coming days, because I will rewatch the video and I will put the structure. But yeah, what I want to talk about is a lot of things. I will briefly, really this video is like, I will speak very briefly in broad outline about what has gone through, what has been through my mind over the past 3 months since I last uploaded and published videos. If I had to summarize, I would say that I have spent 3 months living among empirical people. The world of empiricism, well, it's not as bad as I thought it would be. It's kind of interesting. Thank God for the Anglo-Saxons and their empiricism. I will say what I think. I owe my experience with the empirical world to predominantly Charles Murray and Ron Paul. Because I am in the process of bringing forth what I call my own American Revolution, and I have been inspired almost every day by Charles Murray and Ron Paul and many others, but they are the embodiment of what I call the American spirit. In modernity, they are real Americans in the modern world. They are the archetypes of what there are others, but Charles Murray, Ron Paul, Thomas Sowell, Jeff Deist, and the preppers like Daisy Luther and the libertarians in a broader sense. But Charles Murray and Ron Paul, they are the most archetypal, classical, one might say, Americans in the modern world. Yeah, for me that's very clear. Like they are I mean, there are many others, but they are the most archetypal in the sense, the most representatives, alongside people like Jeff Deist, etc. But they are classical Americans, as I envision this, real Americans. I will not go into the subtleties what is real, but real Americans lost in the the insanity of the modern world and the modern US. But yeah, so but thanks to their pieces of advice, as I have interpreted this, I have tried to reconnect with the empirical world, the normal world, the human world, the world, social interactions, mostly inspired by Charles Murray and his ideas of building communities. That's how I envision this. I could talk about America for hours because I've been thinking about this. But yeah, so I have spent a lot of time, more than usual, living in what people call the real world, the world of phenomena. We are always in the real world, but the world of social interactions, but not here. That's a detail. It's not very interesting, but it kind of explains my psyche. For the entire year 2022, I've spent, I'd say, on average between 22 and 20 hours a day in a very small apartment. Over the past 3 months, I have spent between 20 and sometimes 16 hours. So I have increased my quantitative amount of time spent outside to go buy supplies, participate in local charities, give away books, get rid of useless stuff, do a little bit of exercise, not for the sake of building strength, but simply for doing my daily activity to just reconnect a little bit. I'm still very awkward socially and a loner, one might say, but I have had many conversations, more than usual, with other people, and it has helped me a lot. Because here, so we are on the 18th of March. For those who have been following me, I don't know since when, but my level of consciousness has dropped and has been lowered significantly, but it's a good thing because now I'm more in a normal mindset. I am more reconnected. I haven't read Hegel for, I would say, 4 months. I don't read Hegel any longer. I've gotten rid of the books. Almost all my books of Hegel. I had the complete work in German, in French. I have many books in English. I've gotten rid of them. I gave away most of, if not all of my books by Hegel. I read less because I'm busy trying to structure and order my immediate environment. So my level of consciousness has been lowered, but it has made me super smart. It has made me significantly smarter, because now I can relate more to ordinary people, empirical people, because I have gathered information. That was not my primary intention, but this has been one of the consequences. I have gathered information, and now I can understand the perspective of others, and I have started watching videos of a lower intellectual standard than what I was used to. My mindset has been focused mostly on libertarianism. So I don't really like economics. For me, that's a dismal science, as Ksana Les said. But I have been reading a lot of libertarian books. It's still very challenging intellectually in comparison with the overwhelming majority of books. So it's still challenging and interesting, but it's not on the level of Bylund Metaphysics. But it's a good thing because, yeah. So what I can say for those who have been following my process is that all along the year, most of the year 2022, I have lived in pure universality, categories, concepts, abstraction, metaphysics, etc. Reading books all day, watching videos, writing, thinking, yeah. And over the past 3 months, it had already started in September, October, but I have focused more on my singular self, which has cured my schizophrenia. No, I no longer talk about my empirical self as being as a dissociation between my mind and my empirical existence. I talk about me, Luca, that's my name. So one way of interpreting this, as I understand it, is that I am in a process of psychological individuation. I am maturing, growing, and becoming an individual, and I have ceased to dissociate myself, which is not schizophrenia. Actually it is, but from a psychiatric standpoint this is schizophrenia, but from a philosophical standpoint it's simply I intend to make probably a video about mental health, but schizophrenia from a philosophical standpoint, it's simply the dissociation between universality and the singular, between knowledge or science and opinion. Every scientist is kind of schizophrenic, because when a scientist expresses a scientific truth, the way he formulates the truth is dependent on the context, the language, the education, the literary expression. But the truth, if it is genuinely true, or at least if it is accurate, because science is a process, it can always become more accurate, but if a physicist expresses an accurate depiction of the physical world, this truth, whatever the language used to express this, if it is accurate or true or correct, it is universal. If a physicist expresses the quantitative determination of the gravitational field of whatever asteroid in mathematical formula, it will be universally true, whatever his origin, age, background, gender. I'm not sure that there are a lot of female physicists, but whatever the other determination, it's irrelevant. But then when he speaks about the coat that he's wearing, or the car that he's driving, or the neighborhood in which he grew up, that's only his singular self. So the scientists, by the very nature of their activity and their endeavor, they are kind of schizophrenic, because to be a scientist means to express universal truths which are valid for everyone, which are independent of the subject, the individual which expresses these truths. The theorem of Pythagoras or Thales, or all the mathematical truths, but all the truth in physics, chemistry, biology, and economics. Mr. Per Bylund, I will pick up the book because I have cleaned my room. This is not a video in which I make book recommendations, but here I bought an excellent book, one of the best books, How to Think About the Economy, a primer, per Bylund. That's an excellent book because it's short, it's very intense, intensity and extension, it's cheap. I'm a guy of simple taste. I enjoy German metaphysics, Austrian economics, pop culture, American pop culture, and you know the things they have in common, they're cheap. This is the kind of insanity that I think, but actually, yeah, it's very cheap in terms of price, but it's very wealthy in terms of content. It's really an excellent book, and I recommend. If you are an English-speaking person, buy this book in several copies and offer this book to strangers, to your friends, to whoever. It's really excellent. I love the Austrian economist because it's rigorous, it's consistent, it's logical, there are no empirical data, it's conceptual, it's not speculative logic, but it's logic nonetheless, and it's great. So yeah, when economic truths are being expressed, they are independent of the subject which expresses this truth. When Mr. Bylund writes this book and speaks intelligently, which he often does, he's a singular individual, but actually these are the laws of economics as they are being understood at this moment in the process of understanding. The laws which are being expressed through him and through all the Austrian economists, they are independent of the subject which expresses these laws. They happen to be, I think he's a Swedish person, he's a Swede teaching in the US, I guess. So the contingency, the fact that he's a Swedish person speaking in English or writing in English, published in Alabama, Auburn, Alabama, etc. by the Mises Institute, these are contingent. Actually, it's not necessarily contingent because I will not, I've given up a little bit of speculative logic, but yeah, these are contingencies, but the universal is valid for all. Potentially, a scholar from any country, from Japan or from Ethiopia or from Poland or from Egypt could independently arrive at the same economic truth. Like any physicist, if he worked hard enough, long enough, or if a society developed institutions which enabled the development of science, they would independently stumble upon the same truth as Newton and then as Einstein. It would be more complex, but yeah, so there are countries where it would take really a lot of time to arrive at these truths, but in the US, yeah, it's easier because of free speech and an economic culture and a culture of excellence, etc. So yeah, so that was about a remark about schizophrenia. Scientists are schizophrenic because there is the divide between the universal, which is true for everyone and which is independent of the subject which expresses this, if it is genuinely correct, and then the singular experience. If Mr. Per Bylund wrote an autobiography, this morning I woke up, I don't know, I drank a cup of coffee, then I drove to the Magnolia Avenue in Auburn in my red Cadillac, or in his bike, maybe he's riding a bike, I don't know. That would be only true for him. That would be the singular self, and except the fans of Per Bylund, I'm one of them. People would not really care. But then when he speaks about where is I will express, is there a law which is the fact that value is subjective, that action is a purposeful behavior, and that to economize means to choose between scarce resources with the intention of improving one's own well-being, etc., etc. It's a simplification of Mises's, Ludwig von Mises' human action. It's human action made easy, actualized, simplified, etc. But yeah, so that's just to express. I've understood this about my mental problems. Actually, every scientist, every philosopher, by the very nature of his task, is kind of schizophrenic, because there's a divide between what is true for each singular individual. I am sitting on a red chair. It's 21:03 p.m. It's 9 p.m. 9:03 p.m. That's true for me as I record this video. It will not be true for you when you watch this video. You will very not likely. It is not likely that you will be sitting on a red chair at 9:03 p.m. It's very unlikely. But if I say intelligent things, they go beyond me as a singular individual, and you can relate to. That's the connection of the minds through ideas, which by their very nature, when they are true, are universal. Yeah, valid for all. So yeah. I haven't read the German metaphysics because it has driven me insane, and insane, but not completely. But I've realized, here I comment my past 3 months, that having more encounters with empirical people, human beings, has made me realize that my level of consciousness, when I think rigorously, it's so far removed that it has driven me insane. So lowering down my level of thinking is a good thing for my sanity. The way I interpret this, I will be kind of honest. Most people, I live in a relatively intelligent country, at least in terms of IQ, in maybe the best part of France, the German part. So the people on average, the people that I talk to, most of them, they are middle class. So not only it's a relatively intelligent country, but I talk to more than average intelligent people. Not always. I talk to people of most social classes, and probably the range of IQ as well. But usually when I have conversations which last more than a few seconds to say thank you, goodbye, etc., these are with relatively intelligent people in terms of IQ, not necessarily culture, but it can be intelligent in terms of intelligence is the proper word, but in terms of education. Yeah. Usually it's slightly more than average IQ, and it can be higher level of education, or higher than average IQ and average level of education, or it depends. But I've realized that what I have been trying to communicate when I talk about philosophy, it's so complex for me that it's too complex, but to express and to communicate with others, it's yeah. So I have given up as of now trying to rigorously communicate philosophical, logical categories, because it's just too complex. And yeah, so the image that I could use is that I have spent most of 2018, 2019 and 2022, so broadly 3 years of my life, slightly less, but 3 years of my life, plunged in the most complex writings ever, probably, some of the most complex, and in a way that's pure light, but in a sense that the sun is pure light. It's too brilliant, it hurts one's eyes. So yeah, I have spent, I will simplify, I would say 3 years of my life in a metaphysical training program. So in a way I have been how should I explain this? I would say poisoned by pure light. So in a way I can be very brilliant, but it's too brilliant, so I need to darken a little bit. And most people here, it's not a criticism, it's just how things are. Most people, they are plunged in the material world because they have to go about their daily business, work, paying bills, transportation, doing the groceries, having a social life. So most people, they're in most countries actually, they are plunged in really the material world. And in Western civilization, modern Western civilization, a significant proportion of the population is really plunged in the lowest level of the material world, namely food, sex, and the most dumbing and degrading forms of entertainment. It has partly been my case. At some moments in my life, I used to watch porn, I used to eat fast food. Sometimes I dumbed myself down willingly or unwillingly by following kind of stupid entertainment. But I had almost always a counterpart of study and search for knowledge, and there are a lot of people who really have no access to information, not the news, but to knowledge, not because of a lack of possibility, but because they are not interested, or because they lack the culture, or because they are not interested, because they prioritize other forms of, it's not leisure, it's not entertainment either, but other forms of activities apart from their work. Because yeah, so the way I interpret this is that I have balanced my view. I had the view of pure light, not completely, because I don't understand everything about metaphysics, but I have been enlightened, illuminated maybe, illuminated would be the proper word, and I needed unconsciously or consciously to lower down the light, to have the perspective of the ordinary world, people who de facto they are forced to live in the struggle for material condition. I mean, yeah, the modern West is privileged in terms of economic situation, so it's not a struggle for daily bread because it's a very wealthy. It has become a very wealthy situation, but nonetheless, most people, they go about their jobs every day, and their leisure when they can, and their social life, and they do not have either the time or I wouldn't say the money, because it's not a question of money, but they do not have the time or the interest or the willingness or the intelligence to ask themselves questions, theoretical, profound questions, and to seek answers. So I have become more socially intelligent by encountering people, and I have had a few interesting conversations. And I owe this to Ron Paul and Charles Murray. I hadn't had many, if at all, conversations for the past 15 years, one might say, 14 years. Very few conversations with very few people. And it has happened more frequently over the past few months. So yeah. Okay, almost 30 minutes. So yeah, now I have lowered down my level of consciousness. Now I have become more sane, one might say. I understand more the viewpoint of ordinary people, at least in the context of the modern West, and it has helped me a lot. And but I have not forgotten my metaphysical view, but I have reduced the intensity, one might say, because I no longer read German. I mean, I still do read a little bit of German metaphysics. I have read Kant a little bit, yeah, but yeah, so I have become more socially intelligent, one might say. Yeah, so now I think that I do not fully master, but I have both views in a way. I have gotten in touch with the more common sense view of most people, but I still have my metaphysical view, and most people, for all the aforementioned reasons, they just have their perspective. It's not necessarily a criticism, but I have now both aspects. I am capable of relating more to ordinary people and their problems and their perspective and their experiences and their viewpoints, etc. And I can interpret this through my theoretical lens, but I have let go of the really extremely complex, logical, metaphysical view. And here I will make the connection to another recurring feature and an important aspect of my development. This is what I talk about. I have so one way of interpreting the past 3 months, for those who are interested, is that I have switched from most of the year 2022, I was plunged in pure abstractions, namely the pure universality, because I have spent from February until, I would say, November, broadly, so that's 8 to 9 months, reading pure logic, speculative logic, several hours a day. Not talking to anyone almost. That's what I've been doing for at least 8 months during the year 2022. Yeah. So one way of interpreting it that over the past few months there's been a reversal from the pure abstraction of the universality, which are the categories, which are the universal determination of thought, but also the universal determination of being. And I have come into my singularity, which I had believed for many years what was evil, which actually was a kind of a simplistic, kind of Gnostic view that the material world is evil. I no longer completely hold this belief. Materialism, I wouldn't say evil, but it's decadent intellectually, ethically. But the material world is kind of problematic in a way, but it does not have just negative aspects. And the intellectual world, if it's just pure intellect, it can be problematic as well, because I realized this over the second half of 2022, the month of September, October, etc., that I appeared as a freak to others when I started to talk about my system, because it's so far removed from their ordinary perspective that So yeah, and about mental health and psychology. So the first, what I want to say, the first way of interpreting my kind of absence, but I have not published video, but I have kept working every waking hour, and even when I rest, it's for the purpose of recharging my energy and to be more productive. But I have been dedicated, and I will still be dedicated to my work, one might say. So the first way of interpreting is that there was a switch from the pure universality to not the pure singularity, because I have taken care of myself, but not in a sense of I would say superficial, in the sense of I have tried to act on a singular level while being guided by universal principle. I have tried to act as a Kantian, which, in my view, when Kantian ethics goes out of the pure abstractions of the categorical imperative and the metaphysical view of ethics, actually when it is applied, this is what I call, in a way, American ethics, namely to act within a community, within a local community, and to try to help others, not in a compassionate way, but in an intelligent, mutually beneficial, self-interested way, but in a way, in a good sense. Self-interest, namely, if it's in everyone's interest to take care of his immediate environment, and there can be more or less extended. The immediate environment begins with the room. Clean your room, as Mr. Peterson said. That's clean your room. I know it's a good piece of advice. I do not intend to talk about ethics because I will make videos about this, but if there are people watching this, I can give a good piece of advice. I recommend that you should clean your room because it enables to structure an immediate environment, and it's the manifestation outwardly of an inner will to order and to bring order and structure and discipline. A well-ordered immediate environment is the exteriorization of inner will and inner discipline. Clean your room is not just taking a broomstick or a sponge and to clean clean your room. For me, it's an extremely complex process because I've spent several hours each day for many months cleaning my room. It's just the exteriorization of the inner determinations of the mind, namely, that's how I function. I need to live in a well-ordered, well-structured environment to know where everything is, so I can access this very easily, I can circulate easily, I do not waste time, etc., etc. So I have taken care of my singular self, but not in a sense of an hedonistic way, in a sense of an ethical way, namely I have tried to actualize. That's another word for wirklich, to make wirklich, to make actual, to make effective on my singular level, universal views, namely order, and then to participate in the local community, to become more responsible, to become more autonomous, to become more self-reliant, to help others, to practice an ecological lifestyle, a more responsible, a more civic lifestyle. I will not talk about this because I intend to make a video specifically dedicated, but I have led on a singular level an ethical life almost consistently. I have kept picking up the trash almost every day. I have given away books, intelligent books. Here I will make a short remark. I can give a good piece of advice. I will talk about this in coming videos. I don't know when, but I intend to do so. But a good piece of advice that I can give is what I've been doing for at least, I would say at least 4 or 5 months, maybe 5 months. I have bought food stamps. It started probably in October or November, October, I don't know, 2022. Not daily, but sometimes daily, but several times a week. I've bought food stamps of organic food to give an incitement to others that I don't know. I give them to unknown people, but I've tried to encourage buying local and organic and fresh products. But I've realized that most people, they do not have the time, the energy, the money, the interest, or sometimes the culture or the intelligence to care really about their diet in an ethical, ecological way. I will talk about this, the class distinction later, but I've tried to encourage anonymously people to change their habit, and one way that I've found is not to offer money. It's not good to give money to poor people, because for economic reason, if you subsidize a behavior, it gives it encourages the development of the behavior. So if you subsidize poverty, you create more poor people. Only the Americans understand this, although it's actually common sense, but they are the only common sense people in modern Western civilization, which has become excessively socialized and excessively socialist. So yeah, so I do not give money to poor people. I don't want to do not give a handout, give them a hand, not a handout. So what I have done consistently is to buy food stamps at local shops for organic food, to encourage them, whoever receives the food stamp, to encourage people to change their behavior and to buy organic and local products. It's better for their health, it brings about less pollution, and it can only do good if more people did this. And yeah, and I've noticed that in order also, I realized this many months ago, probably at the end of the year, that most people, I intend to talk about this in another video, but here I will express briefly, they do not read books. No, most people, they do not read good books. If they read, they don't, yeah, most people don't read. If they read, they don't read good books. if they read good books, I'm not sure that they do understand, but actually most people, I've realized this, even in a country with high standards of living, high culture, whether you talk about France or continental Europe, or I know it's the case as well in the US and in every developed country with high culture, most people, they do not read books. And if they do it, these are novels or self-help books. But very few people, on their own initiative, take the time. It's not a question of money, but take the time to read great books. And great books, they can be available for very cheap. I bought many years ago the complete works of Plato. It cost 40 euros, roughly $40. You can have the entirety of the works of Plato for $40. Aristotle, because it's more voluminous, it's $80. But $40, except for the very poor people in a developed country, probably that's 4 hours of work. Broadly, I simplify. 4 hours of work at minimum wage pay, minimum wage salary. So some of the most profound, the most enlightening, best writings ever, I say this of Plato, but it's true for every classical philosopher or every classical writer, or the treatises of economics. They can, the great classical books, most of the classical books of the Western tradition, they can be available for between $5 and $15, exceptional books in terms of quality. And people, spontaneously, they are not interested. When they read books, I've discovered this, when people read books, if they do read books, they read novels. Or books written by journalists. Yeah. So here I will make the connection with the question of autism. I knew basically that I was autistic, or I had autism, Asperger, but I have watched many videos. I will probably put a link to the channel Living Autism from the Inside, or Autism from the Inside. There's a guy, I think it's Paul, a guy, I think he's an Australian, who is autistic, and he makes video about autism. I've watched a lot of video by autist people, and I relate a lot. And I knew abstractly that I was autistic, but I have realized by being more socialized that an enormous amount of either the problems or my weird behavior or my lack of relatableness to others can be explained by autism. It's not enough to categorize me as autistic, but it can help a lot. I do not relate to every characteristic, property of autistic people. Autism, for me, it's Asperger, but a lot of them I relate. Yeah. The fact that spending time with others socially is very exhausting, intellectually, physically, psychologically. Yeah. The fact that I speak and I am misunderstood. Living Autism, Autism from the Inside, I don't know exactly the name of the channel, but he talks about this in one of his videos. When you talk intelligently, you say the truth, you speak intelligently, you speak clearly, and the others, either they don't understand or they don't believe you. Apparently, I'm not saying that all autistic people have or do experience this, but he is the person, he experiences this, and he apparently he's very knowledgeable of the question about the question of autism, and he says it happens to him, and it's one of the prominent features of being on the spectrum, as they call it. I relate to this a lot. I have suffered a lot, and I still do, by being completely misunderstood, or by not being believed when I speak honestly. Then there are other characteristics. The special interest. I mean, I have a lot of special interests, so it's not really what I identify with the most, because I'm basically interested in almost every, if not every, scientific topic. But another aspect that I have understood by watching videos about autism is that I no longer, but I fail to grasp the social cues, as they call this in English, the social code, the social rules which are implicit. I am completely blind, a little bit less, but I've been blind completely partly because of autism, but partly because of my socialization history, namely the fact that I have been living almost completely isolated from 2009 to 2019, so for 10 years, and that even after that I've had a relatively low level of socialization, except in 2021 and over the second half of 2022 and the past few months. But I've had a very low socialization, socialized life. I still have no friends, no girlfriend. I have no intimacy with anyone in terms of conversation. I've had interesting conversation, but with people that I interact with from a civic standpoint, but I have no friends, basically. Yeah, and I've understood that I've had really completely ludicrous behaviors socially over the year 2022, simply because I do not understand the social cues. But I'm intelligent enough to pay more attention. But another typical characteristic traits of autists is that apparently, and I relate to this a lot, autistic people, they are, I would say, I thought about it, they are color blind, but not in terms of race, in terms of social color, one may say. That's my case. I am blind when it comes to social status. I'm intelligent enough to know that there are power structure within a society, but for me, I treat everyone equally, in a sense that I have no social class education, in a sense that to treat people differently according to their social class, unconsciously, yes, because if I see a person with a nice suit, a tie, a nice jacket, unconsciously I understand, okay, this is a serious person, etc. So I have, of course, you do not, even if you are kind of blind to these, you still are determined, but I am more egalitarian in a sense than the overwhelming majority of people, in the sense that spontaneously I have no special consideration for the status of other, in the sense that I have really talked to beggars, and I still do this, or to people with a status, and I will not play the demagogue card. Oh, the beggars, they are the expression of the voice of truth and justice, and the powerful, they are corrupt. It's partly true, but I am not a populist demagogue. The people, the truth is on the side of the people. The elite, they are corrupt. Empirically, in the modern West, it's true mostly, but no, it's true that most elites are corrupt, of course. But the idea that the people, I will talk about it, the idea that the people is right because it's the people, no. Yeah, so here I will make a comment. My political development over the past 3 months, but it was just in the continuity, but I have become more and more of a libertarian because it's connected to the fact that I am become an individualist. I am becoming more balanced psychically, one might say, psychologically, and I am in the process of becoming an individual, and the philosophy of the individual is simply libertarianism. And when you also, when you grow up, you become a libertarian. Either you become a corrupt member of the power structure and you exploit others by treating them as children, or if you really grow up and mature, you become a libertarian, actually. Yeah. That's what I was already, but it's becoming more and more conscious in the sense that libertarianism is the political philosophy of grown-ups and adults. I'm not saying that I am completely mature and completely grown up, because I can still be immature in a funny way. I will not say what I think about, but yeah. But actually, when you become an adult, which is what has been happening, because I've become more responsible, self-reliant, autonomous, more intelligent in terms of social intelligence, more wise. I'm still in a process of growing up. I'm still incompetent on many topics. I can still be immature and partly irresponsible, etc. But I work very hard to improve. And when you become more autonomous, more adult, more serious in a good sense, more mature psychologically, you want to be free from the oppression of the less mature, or the less intelligent, or the less the less people with less discipline or intelligence or maturity, or etc., and you become a libertarian, actually. Yeah. So, which I will make here the connection between what I said just previously. I've understood, by spending more time within society, one might say, always in the purpose of improving myself and improving my environment. I make supplies, I make donations, I encourage local businesses. Sometimes I need to just talk a little bit to slow down the mental activity, or to rest a little bit by just sitting and just listening, or just sitting and reading outside, to be outside of my apartment, I might say. So yeah, I've realized that this idea has been and still is very important in my worldview, that I've understood that people are not judged by the Here, I thought about this maybe a couple of weeks ago or a few days ago, but I will formulate this because spontaneously this is what I think. People are not judged by the content of their character most of the time. They are judged by the color of their social skin. This is connected to what I said a little bit earlier, namely, I've understood that, and I will try to master myself as much as I can, but it might be a cause of frustration for me, that I've understood that people judge others not on their merit or their level of honesty, integrity, intelligence, wisdom, etc. They judge others. Most people judge others by what I call the color of their social skin. It's a way of talking. It's actually most people judge others on their status, and most people are judged on their status, and the social status. That's to sociology what the skin color is to race. Basically, I've understood that most humans judge other humans not for what they do or what they say, which is a way of acting and a way of doing, but for what they are socially. The suit, yeah, it's symbolic, but it can be also literal. The suit that they are wearing if you are socially, if you have a social status, even if you do not really deserve whatever this means, or even if you are not worthy of the status that society has conferred upon you, you will be judged positively by others. I mean, judged by, at least they will trust you, they will listen to you. And if you do not have what I call the social skin color, the social status, it can be in terms of a degree, it can be a suit, it can be a profession, it can be a fame, a renown, reputation, whatever, the social exterior, if you do not have this, people, they don't care about what you say. And once you have the social status, even if you say completely dumb things, you are considered by others. And honestly, I mean, it's something that most intelligent people and sometimes cynical people learn with experience, but it's kind of, this is typically what autistic people fail to understand. Why should someone be trusted or respected if he is not worthy, or if he's not competent, and if the only source of his prestige is what I call the social skin color, with actually the status. Usually in meritocratic societies, the status is supposed to reflect the ability in terms of investment, work, dedication, ambition, strength of character. In a just society, in the conception of justice, a meritocratic view of justice, the American view, if you have a status, it's because you deserve. And before America was contaminated by social justice, it used to be a country where if you achieved, you were respected, because it was understood that to achieve required dedication, hard work, effort, etc. And the bell curve by Charles Murray has proven empirically in a satisfactory way that at least in the 1980s and early 1990s, the United States of America was a meritocratic society, and probably the most meritocratic society ever, because people of all races and all backgrounds can make it, and indeed made it. It was the case in the 1980s and 1990s, and it still is the case more than anywhere else, independently of ethnic origin or social origin. The bell curve talks about this, because if the social condition, the social status is checked for IQ, Hispanics, whites, blacks, they earn broadly the same income. That's what the bell curve shows in one of the chapters, that for an IQ of 100, blacks, white, Hispanics, they make broadly the same income. There are important differences between whites, blacks, Asian, Hispanics, Jews, etc., and other minorities, because there are differences of IQ. But if you correct, in terms of, if you adjust for IQ, all groups, they earn the same income. And those who are privileged when the IQ is taken into account, these are not whites, these are actually slightly blacks who are overrepresented for IQ. This is what the bell curve by Charles Murray teaches, and I'm not sure that all the statistics are accurate, but it's rather convincing. It's actually very convincing, and this is an empirical proof that the United States of America has been a meritocratic society more than any other society. This is a society which has abolished nepotism, namely to favor social climbing and social success based on ties of either family ties or networking among social classes. Of course, there is still networking. It's easier to make it, I guess, if you come from a rich family, etc. But the United States is one of the very few societies, and the society which has done this on a larger scale and with the most consistent success, offered opportunity for success independently of all other determination other than intelligence and hard work. It's partly biologically determined, but the US is a society where you are judged by what you can bring to others in a society, and in the modern world it's measured by the ability to produce value on the free market, which is significantly influenced by the IQ. Yeah. In the overwhelming majority of other societies, in most African societies, it's nepotism and corruption. Southern America, corruption. Europe, it's socialist corruption. In the case of France, to climb up the social ladder, either you have to come from a rich family and you have the networking, or you are a privileged member of the socialist aristocratic, it's in the negative, not aristocracy in the sense of the best, but in the oligarchy, yeah, in the socialist oligarchy. Namely, there are privileges and you can climb up the social ladder if you belong to the socialist oligarchy. The unions, the teachers' unions, the journalist unions, if you have the right ideological mindset in the world of journalism in the Western world, you can make it if you blindly obey the ideology of the party, the woke ideology, the SJW ideology, or the cosmopolitan, globalist view, etc. You can make it not on your own merits, but on blindly following the ideological trend. So it's not meritocratic in a sense. And in China, you have to obey the party. Russia, there is corruption. There is corruption in every society, but America has abolished all the influence. I mean, as much as it can be reasonably done, the bell curve should be reactualized, but actually it still is, and it was in the second half of the 20th century, the most meritocratic society ever. In a sense, it's a success according to the egalitarian ideals in the noble sense, not economic egalitarianism, but equality of opportunity. And the left, I understand, they are blaming. I will not talk about American policy, but I could talk about it. But basically, the left, they have to delude themselves and to delude others, or to manipulate, to explain that no, there are still inequalities because of systemic racism, etc. No, if you check for IQ, you can make it. And if you try to correct the inequality of opportunity due to social background by implementing redistributive policies, it wrecks everything. It produces poverty, corruption, loss of liberty, and it's even worse. So yeah. Yeah, so I've understood this. I will explain here for my followers, the people who have been following me. I've understood, thanks to my listening to the testimony of many autistic people, that I suffer. Actually, it's kind of it produces suffering, but it's kind of good in a way, because the way I function. Also, yeah, an autistic characteristic that I have is that I am very literal, in the sense that when I see something, I take it fully, in a way. I can be very here. I will just illustrate. I've ordered my room, so I know where my books are. A libertarian book by Mr. John Whitehead, and another libertarian book by Mr. John Whitehead, The War on the American People. But because UPS, every Western government is at war with its own people, here there's a quote by Mr. Andrew Napolitano: "I challenge anyone to read this book and then try to go to sleep. I found that impossible." When I read, I mean, it's not this quote, but it's just to illustrate, when I read this many months ago, many years ago, I bought this book many years ago, when it says, if you read this, you will struggle to go to sleep, I have had the tendency to take this really literally, and there have been moments in 2022 where literally I slept to the minimum. I tried to sleep 4 hours per night because I know what is going on in the Western world, in Ukraine, etc. I have the consciousness, the broad consciousness that every minute people are losing their liberties, they are being spied upon, the Russians and the Ukrainians, they are killing one another, there is more and more corruption, more and more crime, etc. I know that this happens every minute, everywhere in the West, but everywhere in the world, for inherent structural reasons, and it could be corrected. The crime rates, the corruption, the manipulation, etc., etc. So an autistic person, at least that's my case, I'm not completely dumb in the sense that I do not take this really literally, but it impacts me a lot. Namely, there have been moments when I said I cannot sleep because I have to stop this. But I've realized through empirical experience that actually when I do not sleep, I become really insane. And now I have decided, this is part of the routine, the daily routine that I've put in place, that I take the time every night to sleep at least 7 to 8 hours. Here I make an exception because I intend to talk as long as I have interesting things to say. I will not make the video too long, but I intend to talk for a few hours maybe, except if I become really tired. So there have been moments where I have ruined my health, physical, psychological, because I tried to sleep to a minimum and I was a wreck. And over the past few months I have adopted a more stable lifestyle. I take care of myself, but not in a feminine way, but in a common sense way, in an American way, one might say. And it has done me a whole lot of good, because when I sleep and eat in a balanced way and do a little bit of exercise, not to do bodybuilding, I can't physically and I don't want to, but just to go outside and to take a little bit of light from the sun and just to breathe air and to walk a little bit and to talk to people to cure my social, psychological health. Or sometimes not sometimes, all the time I wash the dishes manually and I clean my laundry manually. It's kind of a waste of time, but actually it enables me to lower and to slow down brain activity, and then it enables me to perform on a longer time span during the day. So I willingly lose time in a way. I do not try to produce as much as I can, because here that's the logic of measure. There's also this law in economics, the decreasing marginal utility. Let us say you work 4 hours, you are very efficient, 5 hours efficient, 6 hours slight decrease, 7 hours decrease, 8th, 9th, 10th hour it really decreases, and then if you keep working 11 or 12 hours in a row with very short breaks, at some moment you will become counterproductive. It works for everything. If you, just in the case of work or sleep, if you do not sleep enough, if you work too much, it can begin with a good intention, want to work as hard as you can, but there comes a moment when you get exhausted and then you have a breakdown, and it takes a lot of time to recover. And I've understood this, so I will no longer ruin my psychological health consciously in a desperate attempt to solve all the problems, because it's counterproductive. I needed balance and stability on a psychic level and on my immediate environment. That's what I've been doing. I've made supplies, I've become more autonomous, more self-reliant, more social, and it has helped me. Yeah. So yeah. So one way, it's not, I cannot be reduced to that, but one way of interpreting my process is just that I am partly autistic, but I'm aware of this, and there are still many aspects that I fail to understand, but I try to improve, because I've understood that I suffer from a lot of problems that autistic people do. It can be a strength, it can be it makes me unique. Yeah, there are good aspects, but sometimes I make silly, I wouldn't say mistakes, but I have clumsy behavior, and when I understand, I try to adapt to others. But here I will talk about, my first intellectual hero was Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and one of the key features, one of the fundamental determination of his philosophical view, ethical view, is the problem of socialization, because when people socialize, they are forced to adopt a mask and to play a role unintentionally, one might say, or to try to please others. And Rousseau was kind of straightforward and authentic, or he tried to be, or he wanted to be. And when you are too honest in a social setting, it hurts others, because everyone has his own little ego, I understand, and they don't want to be everyone spends most people, they spend a lot of time trying to acquire a social status, the social clothes, not literally, it can also be literal if you wear nice clothes to fit a certain social expectations, etc. But they try to build their social status, and once they have more or less a social status which enable them to have access to women, wealth, power, influence, or stability, etc., they don't like to be they don't want their status to be questioned. And when you don't understand these cues, these social, how the social game works, when you are autistic, you see that it's kind of fake. And I can make an effort, I do, to try to adapt to others in a social interaction. But the problem, how to explain, is that it's too complex, but it's not a good kind of complexity. There are good kind of complexities, like German metaphysics. It's very complex, but it's interesting and it's worthy of being investigated and studied because it's genuinely interesting. But there are complexities like the French bureaucracy or the social game, the informal non-written rules of the social game, not in terms of ethics but in terms of politeness and kind of hypocrisy. Of course I try to make an effort, and everyone does, but when you have to consciously deceive others or lie to others to try to please them, I'm not a negative anarchist, leftist, F word, the social system, etc. No, because I've understood that by growing up, I look back at my past, and actually I look back at leftists, not all of them, but young leftists, most of them, I've understood this recently, they are just children, basically, no matter how old they might be. The problem of leftists, white leftists, not the intelligent ones, but the majority of white leftists, they are just people who have not grown up. They are intelligent, respectable white leftists, but a lot of them, they are just immature. I will talk about socialism and libertarianism, because if libertarianism is the political philosophy of adults, socialism, as I've understood, is the political philosophy of children, basically. Yeah, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but actually I've understood in my total view that actually I've understood this by reading Ron Paul and the Fed. Yeah, that's part of my plan. I don't know how exactly yet, but the Fed has to end. Yeah. What was it? Yeah, but I read And the Fed. I had browsed through the books many years ago, but I read it over the past few months in a more systematic way. And Ron Paul is really intelligent in a good sense. It's practical intelligence, one might say, because he mixes. Sometimes it's a little bit confusing from the perspective of a German metaphysician, but actually no, it's kind of, he mixes psychology, legislation, economics, But actually it's good. Because, and the Fed, it's not a theoretical treatise on economics, but it's a good book about economics, and he explained that a lot of macroeconomic problems, they can be understood through the lens of individual psychology. That the difference between the various economic views of people can be reduced. It's not the only explanation, but a lot of light can be shed on various economic views depending on the individual psychology of people, of individual people, and peoples of cultural or ethnic peoples as well. Libertarianism is the political philosophy of grown up Northwestern people, basically. A healthy white person, one might say, of Northwestern origin. Here, Kevin MacDonald explains this sociobiologically. I'm not saying that only Northwestern, but historically this has been predominantly the case in Germanic countries, and Northwestern Europe is anthropologically Germanic. Even France, historically it's Celtic, but with a significant proportion of Germanic, or not Germans in terms of cultural German, but Germanic, the Franks, the aristocratic tribe which founded France, this was a Germanic tribe. Belgium, the Netherlands, the significant proportion of Great Britain, even northern Italy, anthropologically, these have been historically and still are overwhelmingly less and less, but still are Germanic countries. Then what is the difference between German and Germanic? The Anglo-Saxons, they are actually they are a German people. The English, they are the cousins of the German, the traditional classical English. The English. Oh, when I speak about the English, for me, the English are white. Non-white English people, these are British citizens, and they belong, if they respect the customs of the land, not the modern. Yeah, but I will not. Yeah, but that's why I've understood. Actually, I'm a little bit disconnected from social cues in a broader sense. For me, when I think about the English, I think I can say this safely. When I think about the English, I think probably like the British nationalist. I'm not a British nationalist, but actually spontaneously for me, the British, they are white, of course. It doesn't have to be explained because it's self-evident. But yeah, this is kind of the autistic aspect, because here I will make a comical remark, but at some moment people will hear about me, and the fact that since 2009, with the few exceptions of the past few months, and basically let us simplify, for the past 14 years now, I've had very few, if not sometimes almost no, social interactions. Yeah, I wanted to say this because this is one maybe of the last videos, one of the last few videos where I can still talk without having had interactions. Yeah, as I record this video, and this will be the case for the coming videos that I will record, at this moment in time, I've had a few conversations, interesting conversations, one might say, over the past few months, but not on interesting topics that are really of deep interest for me. I've had interesting conversations, but not long conversations with people who share the same culture in the sense of scientific culture. So at this moment, and it will still be the case for the next few videos and the next many videos, I don't know where I publish, I have never talked seriously to anyone with broadly capable of holding an interesting conversation in the sense of having the culture. I've never talked about sociobiology with anyone, about race, about IQ, about economics, about politics. about philosophy and about culture in a broader sense, literary, etc. So here I've thought about this, but I say this in case it's not clear. Politically, you know, I'm a virgin in the sense that I have never had any political discussion, or over the past few months, but these were not really discussion. I just expressed my view in a very moderate way because my views, you know, let's say right-wing libertarian. I live in a communist country. Yeah, so it's not that I'm afraid to talk about my view. It's that the ordinary. Here I speak about the French, the cultural French, the level of political culture of the typical French people. They are so plunged into socialist, communist categories. I will not even talk about I don't even talk about philosophy or race or spirituality or religion. No, the average French people, just in terms of economic, most of the intellectual life in France is around the question of economics. So it's really a Marxist country. Here it's a negative sense that what most people care about is economics. Biology is not present in a country like France in the intellectual spheres. That's why I love the Anglo-Saxons, the British and the Americans so much, because these are the only countries almost where people talk about biology and sociobiology. And IQ, it's not present in the debate. Religion, almost not at all. Spirituality, not in a serious way. Yeah. So but in a question of just economic, not only the French culture, the modern French culture talks only about economics, but the economic views, they are so Marxist in a way that to be a libertarian, it's to be completely at odds with, yeah, it's an alien view. Yeah. So what was I saying? Yeah, about socialism and libertarianism. Yeah. Because I've worked very intensely upon myself as an individual to try to improve myself, and I work very hard every day. And I've understood that actually a lot of I could simplify what I think about socialism as of now, and in a way what I've always thought unconsciously. Socialism is the political and economic philosophy of people who just project their inadequacies, inefficiency, and lack of either lack of quality or willingness onto society. They blame their own failures onto society. Socialism is the collectivization of individual deficiency, if not downright individual vice. I have no problem saying this because I was, and I still am partly, but I used to be very decadent in individually, being completely immature, resentful, incompetent. I've not become competent completely, but I have improved tremendously. But when I was really completely worthless as an individual, I was a socialist. It was more than 7 years ago, but yeah. So in a way, I don't blame the people who think about socialism as some sort of a cure, because these are people who suffer, but they are easily manipulated by the schemers, etc. But I don't blame the poor who think that it can help. I understand why they appreciate socialism, because it promises a solution to all the problems. Oh, don't worry, etc. But actually, it's a means to manipulate, to so that basically the socialism explained very simply, it's individual problems or vices or deficiencies or inadequacies. There are some manipulators who used the problems that people suffer from, and instead of saying you have to improve, work on yourself, etc., they say, oh, let us blame the rich, the capitalist, or white privilege, or whatever. If they are nationalists, they will blame the Jews. Let us blame the invisible minority, the 1%. They are responsible for all your problems. But actually, these are the demagogues, and the demagogues, they don't care about the people, and most of the time they don't care about the minority that they denounce, because they belong to this, and actually they aim the resentment or the frustration of the people to justify more bureaucratic interventionism. So they replace the vices or the inadequacies or the problems or the fragilities of the people by bureaucracies, which brings about more dysfunction, more dependence, more immaturity, more worthlessness. I could talk about socialism because I've understood the trick. The premise here, I express myself in a very calm way, but when equality is proclaimed, all humans are equal. In what sense? My view is that, I express my view very clearly, humans, to the extent that they think, they can all be equalized if they understand or express the truth, because the truth, that's what I said at the beginning, is the same for all. That's the democratic, in a way, that's not the proper term, but the egalitarian aspect of science, is that science, by its very nature, if it's scientific, is the same for all. It can be, it has to be expressed, maybe differently to adapt to each level of consciousness, but eventually, a scientific truth is valid for every thinking agent. Precisely, that's through thought, through the ability to think, to emit and receive knowledge through the mind, that's the way of knowing, a categorization of sense impression, that's the beginning of Die Kritik der reinen Vernunft. Knowledge is predicating categories to sensuous data from a Kantian perspective. So humans, they can all be equal through the mind and eventually the spirit, if they understand the same truth. Namely, the theorem of Pythagoras is the same for a person with an IQ of 75 and an IQ of 150, for someone with an education, someone without an education, someone of whatever origin, whatever religious faith, whatever political affiliations. The mathematics, they are the same for all. This is what Spinoza says, but actually it's common sense. But yeah, so in this sense, of course, that's in this sense I'm in favor of human equality through the lens of science, but only through this perspective, only for the simple reason that every human, to the extent that he is a thinking agent, can receive or express, or both, the truth. It has to be particularized, that UPS, and singularized in the sense that not everyone, due to cognitive limitation, can receive the truth expressed in the same form. That's what Hegel says in his writings when he says that religion and philosophy, they are the same content, but a different form of expressing the truth. Yeah. So in this sense, the truth is the same for all, and that's the root and the origin of equality between humans as thinking agents. And in this sense, science is egalitarian, and Western people, white people, I'm not saying that in the modern world all Westerners are white, but historically Westerners have been, until the 1960s, with the exception of Afro-Americans, they were white. Yeah, so the Western history, the history of the white race, overwhelmingly, one might say, Western science the West is egalitarian, and white people, they are more egalitarian in a way than all other people. That's what Kevin MacDonald talks about, because they are more spontaneously attracted by the search for the universal, which by its very definition is the same for all, but only in this sense. In all other regards, it's so stupid that, I mean, it's so evident that it shouldn't have to be restated, but humans are not equal. There is no equality between the genders, between the various ethnic groups, between the various cognitive classes, between the various individuals in terms of ability, strength, talent, beauty, etc. Of course. And in this sense, here I express an opinion, just an opinion. I believe in a minimum set of universal rights for everyone, for every thinking agent, every human, to the extent that he's a thinking agent or has the potential to become one, namely the toddlers, the babies, and the small infants. They are not thinking agents because they cannot understand or express knowledge, but they have the potential to become so they have to be protected by law in a way to enable them to become thinking agents eventually. So in a sense, I've been thinking about this lately. You know, I'm kind of a white leftist. In a sense, I believe in human rights, but not the modern empirical human rights. What historically was called natural rights, that every human has an inherent dignity. That's my egalitarian Christian self, to the extent that for the reason that I've explained, that potentially people of all origins, all genetic groups, all cultures, that they can be equalized through the mind and the spirit, for the reason that the universal, if it's true, is the same for all. But every other attempt to equalize humans economically through legislation and that is morally distorted, and eventually it produces bad effects, and it's wrong. And in this sense, how should I explain it? I haven't built a structured and coherent views of rights and legislation, but for me, let us take the example of males and females, men and women. They are equal in a way to the extent that they are humans and they have the abstract possibility of expressing or understanding the truth. Men, at least. But are they equal? They are equal in the sense that both are important for any society. But should they have equal rights? Here I express an opinion, but it has to be backed up actually by rationality and science and empirical data, etc. I have kind of traditionalist views in the gender topic. I have really traditionalist views. So even in terms of I have not thought this through, but there should be, this is just an opinion, I think there should be minimal fundamental rights for all in terms of liberty, property, the pursuit of happiness, the Bill of Rights, the Magna Carta, a minimum. In this sense, I'm kind of a liberal in the classical sense, before it got corrupted and before a liberal started to mean implicitly communist in a way, but in the classical liberal, in the sense, I'm a white leftist. I believe in this sense, I'm kind of an egalitarian. I agree with classical liberal thought. Montesquieu, Locke, Tocqueville, Stuart Mill, etc. I haven't read the book by Stuart Mill about women, but maybe I would agree with what he says on the subjection of women. Maybe I've been thinking about it. Maybe if the conditions were not so deplorable, I would be a feminist. I would let myself be fooled because of an excess of good intentions for egalitarian ideals. Maybe I would be no, but that's a question. Here, in a way, the universal has to be the same for all. In this, like I said, I'm in favor of natural law. What was usually called in classical political thought the theory of natural law. In a sense, I'm a universalist, but then the universal particularizes itself, and just the case men and women, or the divide between groups in terms of age or status, etc., there has to be particularization. The same fundamental determination, the universal, has to be equal for all because they are universal, but then each particular group has to have its own particular set of legislation. And the idea that humans are equal in any other way than what I just said, namely the ability to receive truth, is delusional. And the idea that they should be equalized, it's not only delusional, it's often manipulative and has often very negative consequences. So, yeah. 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 I will briefly talk about the United States of America. I've been thinking, because I work to order my immediate environment, become self-reliant as much as I can, etc. every day, but I take the time sometimes to rest and to think. I do not read as much as I used to because I've made an excess of reading, maybe. I still read sometimes, but I read less, but more. I take notes, I focus more, etc. I really try to find proper balance, but sometimes I thought about this. The United States of America is, from the perspective, here I speak as a continental European, it's kind of, that's what I think, the US, from a perspective of a European of Europe, continental Europe, it's what Europe was supposed to be. It's the success of Europe. It's the greatest political triumph of Europe. And the US, for me it's very clear, historically it has always been a European country. Empirically, since it has been founded as an institutional country, it has always been European quantitatively, and the spirit of the institution, etc., it is becoming less and less white, but it can be universalized, of course, but it's a product of white people. And from the perspective of a European of Europe, the United States is the dream of Europeans, because it's liberty, the historical ideal which has pervaded the entire history of the West since Rome and ancient Greece and the Middle Ages and the Renaissance and the Age of Exploration and the Enlightenment, etc. The ideal of liberty, and Europe through emigration and colonization, but has given birth to this ideal on the Northern American continent, the country, the United States of America. It was, in a historical perspective, emigrating away from Europe. I already made these jokes at some moment, but the Americans, they have been practicing white flight since the 16th century. Yeah, that's a good joke for people who still have a little bit of historical culture. If they are, I know there are still Americans who descend from the pilgrims who came there in the 16th or 17th century, or even 19th century. They are the descendants of mass scale white flight. That's why multiculturalism has not invented anything. Even when Europe was 99.9% white people, they still wanted to escape from from themselves, maybe. Yeah, but more seriously. More seriously. Yeah, the United States of America, for a European, which historically lived in Europe before the age of emigration and conquest, etc., for a classical European, it's the achievement, the greatest achievement of Europe in terms of politics, because all the ideals of Europe Here, Europe means white people. Greece, Rome, the Italian city-states of the Middle Ages, etc. The northern Hanseatic League, the Denmark, northern Germany, the Baltic countries, the Scandinavian countries, etc. The ideal of liberty. It has been partly achieved in Switzerland, but the United States, it's a country fully dedicated to the idea of liberty. Yeah. Yeah. And I will say the connection with psychology and politics. When you grow up, there's only one ideal worth pursuing in a way. Politically, it's liberty. Grown-ups, psychologically mature people, at least white people, predominantly, empirically, these are predominantly white people who want this when they are not decadent. It's liberty, to live as free agents, and freedom is not do whatever you want, it's to restrict, in a way, your own tendencies, to acknowledge the freedom of others. That's a moral society, not a moralistic in the judgmental, manipulative, virtue signaling leftist way. In the most noble sense, a moral society is a society of free agents, where the society, the liberty of all is respected within society, and that libertarian is just a word, but it's a modern ideology developed over the past 5 decades. But actually, it was in the continuity, discretion, etc. But actually, it's in the continuity of an entire tradition, and the US has always been libertarian without calling itself such. And the Anglo-Saxon country, I've been thinking about this, the Anglo-Saxons, I can be very critical of the Anglo-Saxons with their narrow-minded empiricism. Empiricism has helped me a lot over the past few months. Thank you, dear English people and American people. Yeah, but I can be critical of empiricism, like the Austrians, the Austrian economist. But yeah, here I praise the English and the Anglo-Saxon most of the time, just tongue-in-cheek when I criticize them. But the Anglo-Saxons, I've been thinking about it. It was unconscious. I mean, it was already present in my mind, but it has become more conscious. The Anglo-Saxons, they are the only European peoples who have consistently thought and struggled for liberty. The Magna Carta, the parliamentary England, the Glorious Revolution in England, etc. They have consistently, the English and then the Americans, struggled for liberty, and the other colonies, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, etc. While the continental Europeans, they have fallen prey to collectivist policies. Even the Germans, they have become a little bit decadent. The French, well, they have been politically decadent for many centuries, but the Germans as well. The Swiss, they have remained firm in their belief, but yeah, here, usually, I gotta be careful with what I say. I would say usually I'm a German supremacist, but only from a metaphysical standpoint, not not literally, politically. I'm not naive at this point. Yeah, but no. So that's a look. Actually, in the realm of ideas, of course, I'm in the favor of the. I mean, I know that the Germans are superior to the Anglo-Saxons metaphysically, which has significant consequences in all other fields. But of course, in this sense, I acknowledge the superiority of the Germans. But in the realm of politics, I have to criticize the Germans. They are a little bit decadent because they have they are in a way a collectivist people, not partly because the Anglo-Saxon liberty, its roots come from the Germanic and eventually the German roots of the Anglo-Saxon people, of course, but the Teutonic, as Caroline would say, but the Germans, they have become a little bit decadent over the centuries. And here I say very intelligent things, very wise things. Nationalist collectivism. In the Italian fascist brand or the German nationalist brand of the 20th century, morally, when you grow up, when you become wiser and more intelligent, it's kind of wrong morally. And here I have to praise the English, because in spite of all the decadence of England over the past century, they have always remained a beacon of liberty. Modern Britain is becoming decadent. I've looked at the books. I already knew, but yeah, it is becoming as decadent as many other, all the other Western countries. But still, even when they are decadent, the English, they are still superior to the Germans in the realm of politics, in the sense that they are more attached to the idea of liberty. The Germans, they are more docile in a way. Yeah. So a credit to the Anglo-Saxons. Yeah. But yeah, also my lowering down of my consciousness, actually, I've realized that in the modern world, in the West, people talk about equality and justice all the time. And justice, when it is used, it means equality, which is the opposite of justice. But they talk about equality, injustice, inequalities, discrimination, but very few people in the mainstream. I mean, it was, like I said, these are the kind of things that I knew vaguely, but actually I knew this, but it's becoming more clear that they very rarely talk about liberty. Yeah. Because, here I will make a psychological remark, most people, they don't want to be free. They want someone to take care. I cannot blame them, because freedom can be a burden. It's very demanding, it's very heavy. But it's a liberating heaviness. It's a weight which alleviates, in a way. It's a light weight, in a way. Yeah, I try to make a Hegelian literary expression. No, it's in the sense that it's a weight, it's heavy, but it's not a burden. Liberty is heavy to carry, but it's not a burden. But a lot of people, they don't want that. They want someone to carry the weight of having to be responsible, to be an individual, to make decisions, to be an adult. They want someone else to take what they consider is to be a burden. But most of the time, in the modern world, this someone is the bureaucracy. In the old aristocratic Europe, this was the nobility, the peasant. He took care of his field, his cows and his chickens and his crops. And the nobles, they had the privileges, but society was more or less structured. But in the modern world, the nobility, which had standards of behavior, excesses sometimes, but they had standards of behavior in terms of valor, honor, also artistic creativity, and simply anthropological qualities. There have been decadent and even degenerate aristocracies throughout the history of Europe, but the classical nobility and the aristocracy, it was really noble in not only in official social setting, but noble in a sense they were really superior morally or even physically, biologically, not always, but yeah, they were superior. So the people, in the sense of the masses, they let the aristocracy carry the burden of liberty, but the aristocracy was more or less competent You have to be recontextualized within the economic limitations, etc. In the modern world, in the mass democracies, as they call this, the other who takes the burden is no longer the aristocracy, it's the bureaucracy, and the bureaucrats, they do not have any of the qualities of the former aristocracy. This is a blind, obedient, subservient, invisible bot in a process, and the idea that the problems of people or of communities or of individuals or of society has to be cured by more state intervention, which is the implicit idea that most people have in the modern world because they have been brainwashed and they have become dependent and immature. I don't blame them because I was immature as well, and I still am. I still have to improve, but implicitly there are an enormous amount of Europeans, here it means white people, who have become really morally decadent, not in the sense of hedonism and degeneracy, but morally decadent in the sense that they're not willing to assert themselves in terms of liberty. Even in the right-wing circles, a lot of people, the right-wing people, right-wing whites, they just want someone to save them or whatever. This explains a lot of support for Trump, and also, I understood this last year already, this is the reason why a lot of far-right white people, they are in favor of Putin, because I've understood this, because they are resentful against the modern West. I understand why they are. There are a lot of reasons not to be satisfied with the modern West, but instead of improving themselves and trying to change the system from within, which is very difficult, of course, but they expect an external presence to help them, so they behave like females, and for them, Putin, in some far-right circles, Putin represents the masculine presence, and they hope, or they had hope, that Putin would be the strong man who would rid the West of its degeneracy, etc. The problem is that Putin, he doesn't care about their views, and he's becoming a threat. I understood it last year, but that's the psychological reason why. That's dialectics. Those right-wingers who embrace Putin or Russia or whatever, the traditionalist, here I have to pay homage partly to Jean Robin, whose videos I have watched a few of them. I keep watching good videos, of course, but I've spent a lot of time watching libertarians, but I still watch the people that I usually watch, Apollonian Germ, I still listen to Caroline, Footnotes to Plato, Jean Robin. Not as consistently as I used to, but I still watch some of these videos, and he debunks the myth, which it's easy to fall prey, and I understand why people might be deluded, the idea that, oh, Russia represents moral purity. I'm not accusing the Russian of being decadent. I mean, they are not more decadent. I mean, they are less, yeah, they are obviously less decadent than most Westerners, but they are not as virtuous as right-wing whites who are resentful against the modern West think that they are. Sometimes it's just good to resituate the context. Most Russians, they are decent, ordinary people. Probably they are more virtuous than most Westerners, not because they are inherently better, but because the economic conditions have been more difficult. Therefore, it encourages people to have more solidarity, to be more responsible, even though they are also burdened by bureaucratic legislation. But I don't know enough empirically or about the Russians, but I don't want to blame them, the ordinary people, no more than others. But it's a delusion to think that, oh, there is this, that's the myth of the barbarians, this pure, because in the history of the West, whenever there were problems, there was always a group of barbarians in the noble sense, not savages, barbarians in the sense of pure, energetic, not corrupted by civilization. There was always a reservoir, in a way, a backup of Germans most of the time, or the Vikings, which are Germanic people, somewhere to intervene and restore order, etc. And that's what happened with the fall of the Roman Empire. The pure Germans, pure in morality, of course, in blood also, but let's not delve into controversy. But the pure Germans, they swept the Roman Empire to restore, well, not to restore order, to bring about the Dark Age, but they brought about the fall of the Roman Empire, and then, when they were exhausted, the Vikings, a few centuries later, in the 8th, 9th century, there was a reservoir of Vikings. It has been a constant throughout Western history, and even in the here it's not really funny, but the 19th century, the barbarians, these were the Prussians. They were not barbarians, they were actually the most developed, and they were bureaucratic, but they were the most developed country. But the vigor of the Prussians reawakened the decadent Austrian, the decadent French, and brought about the rise of the German Reich under Bismarck. Yeah, so no, here it's not an analogy is not correct, because but there's always this idea that there is still a people somewhere who has not fallen prey to the corruption of an excess of decadence, civic, social life, etc., and they will bring about the regeneration. Or the Scandinavian immigrants to the US, the Norwegians, the Swedes, or the Danes, or the Germans, populating the United States, the immigrants up until the 19th century, etc., the Nordic immigrants. This is a myth in the collective psyche of white people, and now the role in right-wing circles, I know how they think. They believe that the Eastern Europeans, either the Ukrainians or the Poles or the Hungarians or the Russians, they have remained pure because they were under I know the story, under the cold, freezing not literally, although it's silly, but the communism, official, really existing communism was so inefficient economically that it has preserved, like a refrigerator, the virtues of Europeans in a way. And we in the West, that's how a lot of white people think, we in the West have become decadent because of comfort, economic growth, etc., etc. No, there's a reservoir of pure, not in blood, I mean, actually that's what they think, but pure in terms of morality, pure white people in the East, and they will come and save our decadent civilization. But this way of thinking, it's very feminine, effeminate, not feminine, it's effeminate. The idea that the savior is not to be found in an inner work, inner struggle against oneself, self-improvement, self-work, but it has to come from outside, and this is delusional. Putin doesn't care about the interest of right-wing Westerners and those who think that they have to find help in an external presence and not self-improve. They have become effeminate and decadent. Slightly less than a lot of others, but still the idea it's again a psychological problem. Yeah. I don't blame them, because when a situation is very difficult, of course, it's reassuring to imagine that there is an external presence who will help you, etc. Of course, it's very easy to be judgmental, and I'm not judgmental, but I've understood the psychological mechanism. That even what I want to say, what I simply is that the modern, not all of them, but a lot. Not all of them, maybe not even the majority, but there are a lot of radical right-wingers in the modern West, in all countries, in America, in Western Europe, who hope the salvation will come from Putin, or who idealize in a delusional way the other from the East. I mean, the other in terms of genetic, they are the same family with diversity, etc. But Eastern Europeans, of course, they are Europeans, but they are other in terms of culture, and it's sufficiently important to be noted that, in this sense, in my view, from a genetic standpoint, the white Russians, they are white, but I understand that the cultural gap is important nonetheless, and objectively they belong to the European family, whether they are aware of this or not, whether they appreciate this or not. They objectively, genetically, they belong to the European cluster. They are white people, but their mindset, they really, here culture is partly important. I just try to understand how people relate to what they are. And here, I will make I thought about this today. I understand the libertarian perspective. I understand how white people think more and more. I already understood, but it's becoming clearer that, I would say, racial collectivism, ethnic nationalism, let us say, I understand why it's not really that successful among white people, whether they are left-wingers or right-wingers. Left-wingers, of course, the liberals, the modern liberals, and the traditional egalitarians, the socialists of the 19th century. Here, Kevin MacDonald explains very well that the modern leftist insanity, white leftist insanity, actually is just in the continuity of a pervading moral view in the history of Northwestern Europeans, Northwestern whites, namely the idea of having a moral community, and this egalitarianism, which in the modern world takes the form of feminist equality, anti-racist equality, gender equality, which has become really excessive and insane in a way. But the fundamental trend towards equality, it's a fundamental determination of the white psyche. Here I understand to put the blame on a manipulative, scheming elite of another ethnicity. I understand. Of course, there are empirical data which validate partly this, but it's not sufficient, and most of the time it's not satisfactory, because this is what Kevin MacDonald explains, that white people, they don't need another ethnic group to have these tendencies. Spontaneously, a significant proportion of white, they are universalists, which can have, if it's abstract universality, the consequence is egalitarianism. But even in the right-wing circles, traditionally, the conservative, the libertarians, I'm not saying that they're anti-racist, because the question never had to be considered, for the simple reason that there was segregation in the US and there were no non-whites, except a few Jewish communities, there were no non-whites on European soil. Of course, there was the question with blacks in the US, and then the natives in Canada, Australia, etc. But the question never was raised before the second half of the 20th century, at least not significantly, with the exception of the United States, but in continental Europe. So the traditional right-wingers, one might say, they are not anti-racist empirically, they haven't been, because there were no non-whites, but actually their mindset, it's not that it's anti-racist, that it is beyond race, because they judge people as individuals. That's the aristocratic view. The reactionary, who were historically, in the context of Europe, they were aristocrat. This was the aristocratic reaction against the modern egalitarianism brought about by the French Revolution and the equality of rights, etc., and the Enlightenment age, etc. So the aristocrats, of course, they were not egalitarians. So they were not egalitarians within their own homogeneous people. And the conservative, their worldview is founded upon principles, respect of the traditional order, liberty in the modern context, it's a free market, more or less, when they are not completely in league with big business, as they call this, and the libertarian. So a few of the branches of the, and even the Italian fascists, they were not focusing on race, because the question did not have to be raised for demographic reasons. There was no reason to make race the center of the political question in a completely homogeneous society like 19th century Europe, whether in England, France, Germany, etc. There was no need to ask this question. But yeah, what I want to say is that either the aristocratic reactionary, the conservatives, or the libertarians, the view that ethnic nationalism, it can be called racism if it's excessive, but ethnic nationalism, the idea that the building block of a community and the purpose of political association is to serve the interest of a genetic group, for the aforementioned reason, because the reactionary, they believe in the natural aristocracy and superiority of some men independently of their genetic belonging, because the aristocrats, they draw distinctions historically within a homogeneous population. So the idea that the collective, the racial collective, has to take precedence over the individual liberty and nobility of the aristocrat, it's contrary to the very principle of the traditionalist view. So for this reason, they cannot be racial collectivists. Neither can the conservative, because their worldview is founded upon values, most of the time religious values, and neither for the libertarians, whose worldview is founded upon the principle of individual liberty. So that's why three of the main branches of right-wing political theory in the Western civilization, they are not racial collectivists. That's why National Socialism is an exception, but I understand, the reason why I'm talking about this is that I understand why an ethnic view of the nation has a bad reputation among a lot of white people, in spite of the fact that in the modern Western world, the ethnic question is, one might say, very important, because white people are erased, or they are slowly disappearing. So the reason why, in spite of the empirical data, one might say, namely the demographic decline of whites, why does it a very naive view would be, this is the kind of question which an autistic person who is interested in this topic asks himself, because I've asked myself this question: why don't white people unite collectively around the question of the defense of the national genetic identity? I'm not saying that they should. A scientist could ask him, a political scientist could ask himself this question. Of course, there is the manipulation, the moral stigma, the lack of information, the brainwashing, etc. Of course, but even in spite of all this, even people who are aware of this, and here the libertarian view helps to understand it, because in the psyche of white people, I've been thinking about this, to reduce, and my empirical experiences has helped me understand this, to reduce the individuals to their biological belonging, and to think about collective life through the lens only of biology, it's kind of degrading for a lot of white people, because culture, spirituality, art, legislation, philosophy, by their very nature, they are expressed through thinking activity. A work of art, it's manifested thoughts, images, imagination, design, if you will. So it's the exteriorization of ideas, in a way. What I call objective spirit, I have my board here, but I will not show this. But what I call objective spirit, what the writings of Hegel call objective spirit, it's ideas, actually. The realm of institutions, it's the realm of ideas, a realm of laws in the broader sense, ethical laws, moral laws, legislative laws, economic laws, etc. So it's beyond. In the encyclopedic view, objective spirit is higher than subjective spirit, which is the realm of anthropology, which includes sociobiology, race realism, IQ, etc. I have the document in front of me, but I will not switch the camera because I am a little bit already a little bit tired. But what I want to say, I understand, because here I will express. I have been thinking about this. I express this like the rest of the video without pre-planning, but it's kind of structured in my mind, because morality. My introductory video about philosophy, morality is means to extract oneself from the natural tendencies to act morally in the religious tradition and philosophical tradition, and even just ethical way, to what is in the broadest sense. Morality means it's another way for the will. In order to be a moral agent, one has to have a will. That's why animals are not moral agents. And in a traditionalist view, women are not considered moral agents because they are thought to have no will. So morality, the prerequisite for morality is will. Animals are not moral, they are not immoral either, because they have no will, they have no self, they have no consciousness in terms of intellect. They have a sensuous perception, they have maybe a soul, but they have no ego, and therefore they have no will. They are totally determined by the laws of nature. Not in a mechanistic way, but in an organic way. But the animals, they have no self. That's why there is no morality, neither for good nor for bad, in the realm of animals. Only in humans. And morality exists socially by negating the natural instincts. To act morally, in most of cases, it consists in negating. If you are, let's say, the example, to share a piece of bread with another, if two people are in a difficult situation, they are both hungry, there's only one piece of bread. If you share half of it with another, it's considered to be moral because you sacrifice a part of your own well-being for the sake of another. Giving away your money, helping others, dedicating yourself to a cause, it's considered to be moral because you sacrifice aspects of yourself, your natural selfish tendencies for the sake of an other, and it's considered to be moral. So morality it consists in negating the natural tendencies. A young boy and a young girl meet one another at a conference about transcendental philosophy. I would say in a binge drinking party, but no, a conference about the transcendental, the influence of the transcendental Kantian philosophy on the early philosophy of Schelling. Yeah, a young philosophy student encounters a female philosophy student, and their natural tendencies inclines them towards having physical interaction for the sake of mutual enhancement of the sensory experience of whatever. You get the idea. Yeah, that's not moral if it's not protected, if it's not taken between consenting, etc. So I simplify. A young boy and a young girl. I mean, young means 17, 18, 19-year-old. They are attracted by one another. This is a natural attraction. Their hormones are playing a trick on them for the sake of reproduction. So they are attracted by one another because they are beautiful, young, etc., etc. They are driven by their natural instinct. So morality requires self-restraint. Virtue, historically, virtue for women means sexual self-restraint. Virtue for men means courage, in a way, or self-mastery. So it's a negation of the immediate primal instinct. So morality, it's another term for the will exist in opposition to the natural tendencies, not by negating them completely. That would be self-mortification and the kind of suicidal suicidal tendencies of the Christian morality, the self-negating, self-flagellating, self-mutilating aspects of Christianity, denounced partly by Nietzsche. The self-negating morality, it is morality because it is in opposition to the natural instinct, self-preservation, satisfaction of bodily instincts. So a behavior is considered moral to the extent that it negates what is immediate, natural, spontaneous in a way in man. This explains why I've understood this. I mean, I already partly understood, but it's becoming more clear. This explains why anti-racism is so successful among white people, whether it's in a way a kind of noble leftist view of egalitarianism, at least the intentions are noble, or the insane modern social justice warrior type, or the branches of the right wing. I wouldn't say anti-racist, but non-racist, or simply individualist, you name it, to judge people by individual character and not by their group belonging, which is a morality which has been shared historically by a lot of branches of the right wing and the left wing of Europeans, even when Europe was 99% white. The reason why it is so successful, it is precisely because it negates the primordial instinct of group belonging. I've understood this. To formulate this very simply, the reason why the left almost always wins, it's because they promote moral view, and because the further away they go from the biological instincts, the more moral they appear, because this is precisely what morality is. It's the negation of natural, which is, in the case of human, is another word for biological. So that's why the lefty, they always have the moral high ground, because they express ideas which are so disconnected from empirical reality that they appear as the good guys, and in their personal heart, most leftists, they are well-intentioned, they want to do good. Here I'm in a good mood. I forgive to a lot of leftists because I understand they just want to be good people. Most of them, maybe all of them, they want to be good people, but they want to belong, they want to be recognized, acknowledged by their peers. They want to please their in the case of modernity, they want to please their philosophy teacher, or they want to please the figure of authority. It comes from good intention. They want to belong, they want to fit in, they want to help others, they want to help the disadvantages. They really care, not all of them, but mostly they care about the underprivileged, whether they are a poor black household or the transgender who are discriminated. It comes from good intentions, but the problem is that since morality is a struggle against the biological tendencies. The more further away it is, the further away an ideology or a moral code is from biology, the more moral it will appear. That's why I've understood that the modern views of the white leftist, white liberal, it's completely insane because it's completely excessive. Their denial of biology has gone too far. That's why it's so nonsensical, but it attracts so much attention, and it has in a way such success precisely because it is moral, but it has come to a point where it's so disconnected from biology that it's nonsensical and it's not moral at all, because it's good to negate biology in a certain measure, in a sense that not to be a decadent, hedonistic person, to be able to master yourself, not to binge drink, to be a gluttony, to be a sexual degenerate, to be able to control. All humans have vices to a certain extent, but not to be a drunkard, a gluttony, or a pervert, or to be addicted, or to be under the domination of the sensory and the natural and the biological tendency to be able to control yourself, or even without talking about the classical, but even to be able to master your temper and not to be to be excessive in the temper, to be balanced. It's a sign of mastery and maturity and morality in a way. It's very difficult because biologically we are programmed to have instincts and desires and tendencies. This is what in the pagan view is called the power of the etins. I've been reading the book by Varg, the etin power. It's the negative biological tendencies in a way, and religion, which historically has served the role of ethics before the non-secular, the secular, per se, the secular ethics of the past couple of centuries in some countries. But morality is a struggle against biology, but it has to be negated in a Hegelian sense, which means Aufhebung, namely to negate and to preserve, namely a real morality. Here, that's where the modern right brings just balance to the insanity of the left. To negate biology, it doesn't mean to become a completely insane modern leftist who believes, maybe that's a caricature, but sometimes it's not a caricature, who believe that humans are equal and everything has to be equalized. No. It's good to negate biology, but not to negate by pretending that, oh, we are all completely equal and there are no races, there are no genders. I just, of course, I'm perfectly well aware that most of what modern leftists say is completely nonsensical, but I've understood it's epistemologically nonsensical, but it's not morally nonsensical, precisely because I've understood that the reason why it's so successful, it's because precisely people are impressed and they are gullible when they are confronted by a moral behavior, or at least moral proclamation. That's what Kevin MacDonald calls virtue signaling. And the reason why the left is so successful is because what they preach is completely nonsensical. So one might think spontaneously, but if it's nonsensical, it should be discredited. But no, precisely because it's disconnected from biology, from the natural instincts. That's the reason why pathological altruism, racial egalitarianism, all the brands of degrees of socialism, they are successful and they are promoted mostly by white people. Of course, they are partly manipulators, but white people, either they manipulate or they let themselves be manipulated, because it appeals to an instinct which is the moral instinct, namely to oppose biology and the natural tendencies. And that's why, simply why, anti-racism is so successful among white people, that's why white people have a low level of ethnocentrism. It's simply because to think morally means to think in opposition to what is spontaneous, and to think universally. That's the Kantian ethics, and most white people spontaneously, even if they have never heard about Kant, spontaneously they are Kantian, and they want to do good. I mean, all humans, most humans, they want to do good, but white people, they have this obsession with trying to do good. And here, of course, Ron Paul is not the example of morality in the negative sense. Is an example of ethics. I've drawn this distinction in my mind. For me, morality, I've partly read Nietzsche. I haven't read Nietzsche for a while, but morality is kind of derogatory precisely because it can be hypocritical, whereas ethics, of course, Ron Paul talks about morality, but what I mean by ethics is ethics has to be actualized. Morality, as I envision here, I do not define rigorously, but morality, it's, in my view, the leftist, or sometimes the right-winger, historically, the moralist, these were cynical and bitter right-wingers. I mean, in the 17th century, there were French moralists, and there was no left and right divide politically, but actually they belonged to the aristocracy or the high bourgeoisie. They were cynical critiques of the customs of their days, and mostly of their own social class, in which they witnessed decadence. So morality means to be judgmental, whereas ethics means to actually behave. Morality means to preach. Ethics means to practice and to preach as well. But here, these are my distinctions. It's not very rigorous, but just to explain. Ron Paul is an example of ethics. He behaves ethically because he promotes a realistic moral view, and he's consistent, and he's firm in his belief, and he has worked very hard for, I don't know, probably he works very hard as an individual, but for his idea, his homeschooling program, his economic educational program, etc. He's the example of ethical behavior. Ron Paul and Charles Murray have been my most important influences over the past few months, where I have worked very hard and I have improved myself, and I will keep, as long as I can, try to preserve all the teachings and to apply them as long as I can and as consistently as I can. So that's an example of ethics. The leftists, usually they are more moralistic, which mean judgmental, and here it can be very negative, and here I agree with Nietzsche, who was an anti-moralist, although he was a moralist as well, but yeah. And here, that's another example. This book, I haven't read the book, but I've read passages, and it's a great initiative. And Stephanie Germanotta, Lady Gaga, of course, she's a wonderful person, and she's just like all other whites, even if she's probably not aware that she's aware that she's white, but she has not the sociobiological, anthropological, racial view, but she behaves like a typical white person. She just wants to do good. I'm not saying that white people are better than others, but they try more intensely than all other people to do good, and a lot of time they really bring good, but sometimes they can bring negative consequences for themselves and for others by trying to do good. Here, I've understood this. In the history of the West, white people have caused harms to others. They have brought a lot of good. My common sense, my return to empiricism has clarified a lot of my mind. I've read books and statistics. I will not talk about the contributions of white people to the world over the past just a couple of centuries, but there has been a lot of very good, what is universally considered good in terms of demographic expansion of all peoples, white and non-white alike, life expectancy, standards of living, liberties, access to technology, leisure, etc., etc. I'm not saying that it's perfect, but I've just understood that white people, they are apart in the sense that they try harder than others to do good for everyone. And here, Stephanie, that's a typical example. She's trying and she's succeeding, but she works very hard to be a good person. People from all races can and do this, but for white people it's more intense, therefore it's more extended, and there is a more significant proportion, and it might sound like a praise. In a way it is, but the problem is that sometimes when white people try to do good, it backfires against them, because they always get blamed for not doing enough, or the consequences of their actions is opposed to their intentions. Jared Taylor wrote a book, Paved with Good Intentions. The idea that, I can sometimes be deluded, but the idea that white leftists are insane and want to destroy Western civilization. Some of them do because they are really well, it exists. Some people, they are hurt, therefore they become resentful, or they are immature, or they are completely delusional, etc. But a lot of white leftists, they harm their own people, their own civilization, and others also, because they are unaware and they try to do good. Here, the libertarians again, or the conservatives. It's classical among it's classic among libertarian circles that the economic laws which are implemented to try to help the minorities by white people, they have detrimental effects upon the poorest members of the white class as well, but upon minorities as well. The minimum wage laws, they hurt mostly the young, but also mostly young black youth. They get hurt indirectly or directly by minimum wage laws, and it is implemented to try to help the minorities, but it has the opposite effect. The libertarians, they keep saying this, and whatever their personal intention when they say this, it's irrelevant in this point, but I've noticed that the libertarians, they talk intelligently about the negative consequences of leftist policy or socialist policies upon minorities, not because they care about the minorities, but because they care about the economy, and because they care about the economy, they care about the well-being of the entire economy, and they just notice that the policies implemented by the left, they have detrimental effects upon the people that the left proclaims and pretends and wants to help. In the US, the policies implemented by left-leaning, democratic, collectivist of all sorts people, it has detrimental effects upon blacks, Hispanics predominantly, and of course upon the poor members of the white class as well. But the libertarians, they are clear-minded. Which I've understood that libertarians, they have been defending the interest of every American, because the vast majority of libertarians, they speak in English to an English-speaking audience, and the overwhelming majority of them live in the US, but actually their ideas are universal. But most of the books where they talk about the social problems, and they talk about the problems of the American economy, and they have been defending the poor, therefore a significant proportion of blacks, because among the poor there is an overrepresentation of blacks, not because of systemic racism, but because inequalities of opportunities, of course, but also of IQ. It explains partly, but the libertarians, who are overwhelmingly white people, they have been consistently, coherently, intelligently, honestly defending the interest of everyone, including all the minorities, but in a genuine, intelligent way. Whereas the left, they think they do this as well, but actually they hurt everyone except the greedy, the socialist oligarchy. No, actually they hurt everyone while wishing to do good. And the libertarians, they do not say, oh, we care about everyone. They are honest. They say, okay, we care about our own self-interest, but because the economy is interconnected. Actually, by caring about ourselves, the best way for others, the best way for us to take care of our own interest is not to interfere with others and to let them take care of their own interest. And if everyone did this, everyone would be better off. I simplify the libertarian view of economics in a nutshell. But actually, they are right. So yeah, my lowering of the level of consciousness, which paradoxically has made me smarter and wiser, has brought me closer to people like Stefan Molyneux. But I come back to Stefan Molyneux that I discovered more than 6 years ago, and I wouldn't say that I have consistently followed Stefan Molyneux, but actually no, I've never followed Stefan Molyneux consistently, but I discovered him at the end of 2016, and it had a tremendous impact upon me because he talked about IQ, about crime, about race, about ethnicity, about a completely new view of economics. But I've watched Stefan Molyneux, a few of his videos, but I have rewatched some of his videos, and I understand his view. I mean, I already do, but I understand why frustrated young white males dislike him, because they are social failures. I don't blame them. It's not derogatory. It's simply people who have low social status, not access to women. They are being mocked, not directly, but their culture, their civilization, their people is being mocked and humiliated most of the time by the journalists. So they are resentful, and when they are awakened and when they follow someone like Stefan Molyneux, they criticize him a lot because he doesn't talk about all the topics, etc. But it's very easy to criticize someone like Molyneux, who has done a whole lot of good to everyone eventually because he offers free lectures, and he has awakened a lot of people. But for the frustrated, mostly low status white males who criticize him, they do so because he's not a collectivist, and he's some say he's Jewish. Maybe he is, but he actually is white. He's an individualist white person, and the low status white people, especially in this context of Western decadence, they are kind of resentful because they expect the white leaders to stand for them. But my clarification of my view, I understood, because when you are successful as an individual, especially as a white person, you don't want others to prey upon you, upon your success or your money or your fame or your status, etc., just because they belong to the same group. So I understand why those who are frustrated against libertarians, I took the example of Stefan Molyneux, but it could be any other, why low status, poor white males who suffer, I understand that they suffer because of all the aforementioned. I understand why they are frustrated against individually successful libertarians, and I understand why individually successful libertarians do not want to associate with what for them is white trash. That's the problem, because libertarians who are respectable, they have spent years establishing a reputation of intellectually serious, competent, respectable, etc., because they want to appeal to the white middle class who are manipulated and brainwashed by the lefties. So they want to appeal to them, or to appeal to the elites of whatever origin, and they don't want to be associated with the white trash. The stories of white people. So for them, the white trash, for me it's not derogatory to say I'm a white trash, but I understand, because the successful libertarian, they don't want to be associated with the lower working class elements working class is not derogatory, but they don't want to be associated with the losers. And here I'm not talking about the working class, I'm talking about the poor, young, frustrated white males who constitute the majority of the alt-right a few years ago. Here, that's the problem of intelligent, honest white people who advocate the interest of their people. Whenever a white person tries to seriously defend, either directly or indirectly, directly would be Jared Taylor, indirectly would be the libertarians, of white people, they are burdened by all the losers. I don't judge them, but I understand people who suffer and who project their own suffering onto those who look like them, who should be on their team, but actually they are not openly, so that it brings about resentment because it's disappointment, etc. Yeah. I could be a great psychologist. I've understood over the past few months that a lot of politics is just psychology. And what I call socialism is just politics for children. And here only the American libertarians, or the libertarians at large, are clear-minded about the problem of socialism. Namely, it's so stupid. The ideal of socialism, a free, egalitarian and decent society, that the idea, oh, man should be equal, etc. It sounds good, but the reason why most socialist leaders are such schemers and demagogues and manipulators, and they always, not always, but a lot of time they succeed at deceiving the people, is because it sounds good on paper, but it's poison actually. The people they get deceived by demagogues, and Ron Paul understands this very well. I've been talking for 2 hours and 40 minutes. Now I will talk about my autism again. I've understood that the problem, that when I talked about being literal, being affected literally, I've understood that the fact that I am autistic, it explains that I see the truth. Truth is a process, but there is truth in every field of knowledge, in a way. The universal truth particularizes itself in various fields. So I see the truth. In economics, the truth is libertarianism. In just economics, if the purpose is to create wealth, libertarians, they are correct. Then you might have an anarcho-primitivist or autarky, nationalist, autarkic view, saying that the higher purpose is not to create wealth, but to be autonomous, or to, in a sense, let us take the example, North Korea, they can be envisioned. I understand why some insane far-right people, they think this is some sort of a model because they preserve their racial purity. It's a totalitarian state, they are very poor, but in the mind of really insane far-right people, it's some sort of a model, and they say, oh, if we had a communist dictatorship in a still homogeneous country, we would become so poor. Communism is such a failure that it would be a failure, but it would be frozen like Eastern Europe was, and at least it would preserve the people and the genetic legacy of the people. I know that some far-right people, they think like this. Oh, it's not funny because it expresses a serious suffering of the soul. If you come to a point where you wish to live under a dictatorship, in poverty and tyranny, but just to be oppressed by people of your same genetic background, you have serious problem. I understand why people think like this, but it's just the expression of a serious suffering. Yeah. So what was I saying? Yeah, so in realm of economics, the truth is libertarianism. But I've understood that For here, let's rewind at least 1 hour. When I talked about social status, I am spontaneously attracted by intelligent people, and I have been deluded for many years, and I'm start precisely because of the past 3 months where I have reconnected to the empirical world. Empirical here means social interactions, not getting to know people scientifically by studying sociobiology, race realism, theoretical books about sociology, but actually encountering people and real interactions, to have the empirical aspect of the human experience, has helped me a lot, because I've understood that I have been consistently deceived by what I call the quantitative determination. Namely, I know who the best people, the most intelligent, the most clear-minded, the most brilliant, and also the best morally, the best people on this planet. I have given the list. What I call the European gods and goddesses, plus Jean Robin, Dr. Deep State in the realm of politics, one might say, plus the libertarians in the realm of economics, but also political philosophy, plus people like footnotes to Plato, David Thomas Wisdom, etc., plus the list of all the European gods and goddesses. I will not explain why I use this expression, because I could speak for many more hours, but I see who the right people, the good people. I mean, of course they are good people, but yeah, of course. But my dialectical view, I've understood this also. I've been so far into infinite complexity that actually someone like Ron Paul, let us say, is an American hero and a champion of freedom and liberty and common sense, and he's a good person, of course. But in a dialectical view, which is actually true, someone like Ron Paul can only exist because the corrupt elites that he has spent his entire life denouncing, whether in Congress or in the Fed, or the corruption, moral or financial corruption that he has been denouncing, is what makes Ron Paul possible. If that's the Hegelian view, but actually it's the non-dualistic, although it's the dualistic, namely that Ron Paul is a hero because he struggles against the schemers and the corrupt, but that's why the good exists in opposition to the bad, and because of this, because the bad is that which makes the good possible, it doesn't mean that you have to love the bad. But when I try to stabilize myself, I try to think that, okay, I have to keep in my mind the idea that the bad people, they are those who enable the good people to shine. Yeah. But here it's and here another example. What happens? The red pill, as they call this, which is actually the phenomenology of spirit. All the good people, the good people, the YouTube channel, the new intellectuals, the independent journalists, the new influencers which have appeared on the internet, and which are becoming famous or have become famous or will become famous over the past decade, and the lost and forgotten intellectuals who are regaining a reputation, and those who gain fame, someone like Hoppe. I'll give an anecdote. I've watched a lecture by Hans Hermann Hoppe, given I think in 1987 about socialism, when Hoppe has a lot of energy, but 30 years ago, he was really young and vigorous physically. He's still vigorous intellectually, but he's a little bit old. But 35 years ago, 46 years ago, he was really vigorous. He spoke very fast, etc. And it's a masterpiece in the sense that in 1987, in this, maybe I will put the link if I will put the link. He destroys socialism intellectually. Before the fall of the Berlin Wall. So he was really clear-minded his entire life. I mean, in 1987 it was easier than to do... of course, the most difficult was Mises, in a way. Because Mises, he predicted in 1922, in his book Socialism, and probably at the end of the 19th century, there were economists who anticipated the impossibility of socialism before socialism even became an ideology. But Mises, of course, deserves the most credit because he's the one who understood everything before everyone else and provided a rigorous conceptual proof of the inefficiency and the tyrannical aspect and the falsehood, in a way. Here it's an Hegelian sense. Socialism is false economically because it's not adequate to its own concept, because it produces the opposite, or it doesn't produce what it is supposed to produce, or it produces the opposite of what it was intentionally, etc. So yeah, so what I want to say is that yeah, so Hopper is becoming famous, and he will become more famous because I will keep promoting the intelligent people. Yeah, so yeah, there are a lot of people who gain fame, popularity, influence, prestige, etc. Through the internet because they unfold the deception or the lies or the corruption. They denounce the corruption. So of course they are the good people, but they only exist. Even someone like Stefan Molyneux, of course, their reason for being as public figures, what they bring to the table, the collective, the world. Quantitatively, right now, it's limited predominantly in the Anglo-Saxon world, but actually, their ideas, if they are true, and most of the ideas of most of the people within the process, which is the reconstruction of truth, they are true. Most of the ideas of not only the libertarians and the right-wingers, but I have the view in front of me in sociobiology, psychology, IQ, the people who gain fame either posthumously, someone like Murray Rothbard, or many years after, someone like Charles Murray. Charles Murray, of course, is, well, I'd say, relatively famous, but the ideas of Charles Murray and his influence, here it's connected to my autistic view of the quantitative determination. I will give an anecdote. Someone like Charles Murray is relatively famous in the US, but actually, even in the US, he's not famous at all in comparison with the status that his ideas ought to offer him in a deserved way. And my anecdote, here I'm in a good mood. I distribute books every day, either with food stamps to encourage people to read and to buy organic local products, or freely. There are public boxes. I distributed The Bell Curve, a brand new edition, in a public box on a central place of a small town, 10,000 inhabitants broadly, rather wealthy town. It remained 5 days on a public place, visited by not an enormous amount of people. There are a significant amount of people in a city of 10,000 inhabitants. Which is relatively prosperous, so there are tourists. I mean, not at this time of the year, but there are a lot of people, and it's in a public space for 5 days. There was a brand new copy of The Bell Curve. Of course, it's in English, in a region which speaks French. Well, why do they speak French? What happened? We ought to speak German here. I will give an anecdote after this about Germany. Yeah, 5 days, and no one picked it up. That's when I understood also my autism. For me, that's some sort of The Bell Curve is one of the most influential, most interesting, most enlightening, and best books of social sciences of the past 30 years, but actually one of the greatest books ever. It was available for free. People just had to pick it up. One of the most important books. It lasted it remained 5 days. For me, it's really, actually, it could be completely insignificant, but for me, this is the kind of events which affects me, because in my view, I feel actually books are some sort of sacred, good books are sacred, and knowledge, actually, I've also realized this, that I'm a fanatical knowledge collector. I had never realized this. That's my Odinn self. Faustian self, maybe. Yeah, so this is, so yes, someone like Charles Murray is relatively famous among educated, intelligent people. Educated doesn't mean intelligent. Not in the modern world, at least. Among intelligent and educated people in the US and probably in the Anglo-Saxon world because of language. But Charles Murray is like Jordan Peterson. These are heavyweight intellectuals. They ought, if the Western world was not completely decadent intellectually, with the modern means of communication, Charles Murray ought to be widespread. Douglas Murray is becoming widespread. He's been translated in French and Spanish and German, etc. But Douglas Murray is a respectable person, but on an intellectual level, it's not on the level of Charles Murray. Yeah, so Mr. Douglas Murray is becoming a little bit more widespread because white people, they are starting to realize that maybe there's a problem with their civilization and their countries, whether English, French, German, Spanish, or American. Yeah, but Charles Murray, yeah, so these are examples of, I see the truth. Here it's not a mystical, religious, spiritual truth. It's part of the process, but it's simply common sense truth. But I fail to see the quantitative limitation, which is only temporal, in a sense that truth, when I say truth is eternal, but I take an example. This book, I explain my autistic problem, but at least I understand, so I can try to correct, but yeah, this book is really excellent. I give here my autistic perspective. I call this autistic perspective, but yeah. Actually, I explain. I first express I do not understand why this book does not become an instant bestseller in the US, but actually in the Anglo-Saxon world, and eventually in all developed countries. Here I exaggerate a little bit, but I will say, I will repeat, I do not understand why it does not become an instant bestseller, because it speaks the truth in a simple, I mean, it's quite demanding, but it's accessible nonetheless. I do not understand, but actually I understand, because of my empirical plunging in the empirical world. I understand precisely because most people, even a book like this, which is accessible and aimed at a widespread audience, it's actually way too complex, and the overwhelming majority of people, I've realized this, they are not interested in reading books. And if they are, like I said at the beginning, they only read novels, and very few people read theoretical books. This book, I will give just a brief comment. This is the kind of book that I absolutely love, because there are no empirical data. It's an anti-empiricism book. There are almost no quotes, almost no numbers, no charts, no graphs, no table of statistics. Sometimes it's good when there are these kind of books, but it's purely, I would say, purely conceptual, not in a German way. It's not pure metaphysics, but it's a logical book. Actually, it's from a, we do not use, the modern world does not like to use this word, but I could say it's a metaphysical book, in a sense that it's purely theoretical. Here, metaphysical in the broadest sense, but it's the kind of books that I love the most, where it's just rigorous, intelligent, from start to finish, I'm not saying that everything is perfectly true because I haven't analyzed completely, but I know it's very intelligent, and it doesn't need to rely upon an infinite quantity of empirical data and statistics and facts and quotes, etc. Because these books, the Anglo-Saxons, it includes the Americans, they produce an enormous quantity of great books which are backed up by precisely quotes, references, statistics, empirical data, experiences, facts, etc. And it's great because it gives solidity. Solidity is not a proper term. It gives credentials, seriousness. I don't know how to explain it. Validity. What is the word? Credibility. Yeah. When you back up everything you say by statistics, quotes, references, it gives you credibility. But this kind of book, they are even better in a way. And Hopper writes these kind of books as well, and Mises and Rothbard as well, partly sometimes. But Hopper and Bylund, I've read these books. It's really pleasant because it's purely intellectual, it's coherent, it's logical, it's enlightening, it's rigorous, and there are no data, no statistics. If one focuses, there are a few examples, there are a few numbers, of course, and maybe a couple of quotes, but it's what I call a conceptual book, in a way, a metaphysical book. Every books are metaphysical because metaphysics is just thought. Yeah, but it's a conceptual book, one might say. And these are the best books that I love the most. It's German metaphysics applied to economics in a way. That's why I love it so much. And when I say, I said this jokingly in a way, but actually I do not understand why this is not an instant bestseller, but actually I understand why, simply because I've realized most people are not interested. And here, autism helps me understand myself and my relationships, or lack thereof, to others, even if we forget God. Do not forget God! That's a joke. Even if we forget my religious and philosophical and spiritual views. If I were just an ordinary person, I would still be fascinated by knowledge, to acquire knowledge. And here I can give another anecdote, just to explain. Here it's again for the people who have been following me over the months, for the years. Basically, since 2013, so it's been 10 years now, I simplify, but actually every day of the past 10 years, I have spent, I would say, many hours reading books every day for 10 years. There have been 6 months or 6 or 7 months in 2021 where I worked. I had a training program, so I didn't have the time to read. So for broadly 6 months, actually 4 months, for 4 or 5 months, I did not read every day. Actually, I read, but I didn't read the book that I wanted to read, those that I had to for the purpose of training. But otherwise, even when I did not read, I still read and I still gathered knowledge and training in a way. For the past 10 years, I have read, of course, not literally, maybe 98% of the time, but every day I read books. And I do not read any kind of books, I read really good books. I know this because when I stumble upon a bad book, I read a couple of pages and say, okay, no. So I have spent 10 years reading every day on all topics, predominantly the works of Hegel and the works of the Anglo-Saxon scientists and the Americans, libertarians, predominantly, but actually books on all topics. All topics. I know this because I've been ordering my library. And this is not normal. And here I give an anecdote. It's not very interesting, except for those who have been following me or are interested. I already said this, actually, but I've understood now that I'm really odd and weird, even if we forget the God aspect. When I was last year, before I restarted this channel, when I was training to become an accountant, I spent 8 hours a day doing accountancy, 40 hours a week, and during my hobbies, my leisure time, I played Zelda games, and the rest of the time I started to read Russell and Whitehead, their book about the mathematical foundation of logic, or the logical foundation of mathematics and arithmetic, the Principia Mathematica by Russell and Whitehead. This was my entertainment, reading books about pure symbolic logical abstractions. And during my leisure time while I worked, my pause or my lunch break, I read Mises, I read Darwin, I read David Booth, I read The History of Antiquity. This is not normal, but this is what I spontaneously do. So I had a boring activity all day long, and when I had moments of leisure, I read books for my own personal enjoyment that the overwhelming majority of people would consider boring. I find them fascinating. Yeah. So the past 3 months have really made me, in a way, smarter, although I've read less and less and I've given up on German metaphysics. I mean, I still have the... it is printed in my mind. But it has made me smarter because now I have the perspective, partly at least, of empirical people. That I have acquired social intelligence, one might say. Yeah. I will get a glass of water. Okay, it's been 3 hours. Maybe I will record another video like this tomorrow or Monday, I don't know. I will not talk much longer here because I'm tired and I have implemented a sleep schedule and I need to rest to be functioning physiologically, psychologically. Yeah. But yeah. I wanted to talk about my views about race, politics and religion, which have it was already clear, but it has been even more clarified. So to clarify for those who might ask themselves, the few followers, what are your views about race, religion, and politics? You talk about paganism and Christianity. Are you a pagan? Are you a Christian? You talk about race. Are you a racist? I'm a race realist. I will not develop the fruit because I already have, but it is becoming more clear and I could express this simply, but it would take quite a while. So I will just ramble a little bit for a while. I also understood, so yeah, about the logic of quantity. I see the truth, but I do not see, or I have failed to see. I see more clearly, but actually I promote, I would say, the truth. Here I will not go into an over complex view, but I have promoted and I will keep promoting those who speak the truth in every topic, because the truth is a process, but it's also a totality. And I know broadly who are the people in the modern world who speak the truth on each topic: sociobiology, anthropology, race realism, psychology, IQ, home economics, sociology, politics, geopolitics, technology. Technology is not really a scientific discipline, it's practical basically, but religion, art, philosophy. Broadly, I know who the people that I trust, and actually the people who speak the truth. But they are all moments of a process. They all possess fragments of the truth, and I have broadly the full view, but I have failed to communicate because my view is extremely complex actually. But yeah, and yeah. Yeah, about these quantitative determinations, I will just take examples, but some of the channels that I followed the most in 2022, that I still follow the most regarding politics and geopolitics. Of course, there are the libertarians who talk about economics, but sometimes they talk about politics. But here I will take the example. I will comment the channel that I watch the most about serious topics, objective spirit topics. I mean, there are other serious topics, but for instance, I still watch Psych2Go a lot, but or sometimes I watch ASMR channels to relax myself. But in the realm of objective spirit, I just take the example of Mises Media, the channel of the Mises Institute. I know that they speak the truth. It doesn't mean that I agree with everything they say, but broadly their view is correct, is more correct than the views of most people. But I used to fail to understand why. Oh, actually, no. I reformulate. The Mises Institute, or it's valid for Property and Freedom Society, Tom Woods, Ron Paul, Liberty Report, or actually the libertarians. It doesn't mean that I agree with everything they say. It's not a dogma, but overwhelmingly the right-wing libertarians, overwhelmingly, they are more lucid, more clear-minded, more intelligent, more knowledgeable, more intellectually vigorous, more courageous, and more intelligent in the broadest sense than most other analysts. I've understood this a long time ago, but I've consistently been deceived over the years by the quantitative numbers, namely, up until, one must say, recently, I failed to understand why, in a country like America, the libertarians, which for me embody the archetypal American spirit or American mindset, why they have so little success. Because I understand, I have developed over the years what I call an archetypal view of countries, namely, I can spot very easily, or rather easily, the archetypal representative of each country, but it has taken me a lot of time to understand that the majority of the people in each of the countries that I am broadly aware of, intellectually, culturally, they are disconnected from what I call their own archetypes. I illustrate. For me, Ron Paul represents the archetypal American, or Jeff Deist, but it has taken me an enormous amount of time to realize that for the overwhelming majority of people in America, even classical Americans, white Americans, here the view of his classical mean here the historical people who have founded this country, one might say, the descendants of the WASP, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, let us say. I simplify. Black people, one might say, they have been on this continent for at least as long as the WASP. Yeah. But I will not remake the history of slavery. I just here focus on the libertarian ideology, which is the historical ideology of the WASP, of classical Americans. One might say, for good or bad, for those who have a problem with the history of America, and for those who are aware of the greatness of the overwhelming majority of achievements of this country. The libertarians, they represent the historical creed of the American people and the principle on which this country has been founded. But for the overwhelming majority of here classical Americans, like I said, mean the descendant of the WASP people, they are disconnected from their own essence, one might say, which I translate in ordinary language. I'm intelligent enough to understand that someone like Jeff Deist cannot be famous in Europe as he is in the US, least even less in a country like France, or even in continental Europe, because the mindset here is specifically first Anglo-Saxon and then even more American. So even though there is a commonality, a universality of consciousness with Europeans, it's specifically Anglo-Saxon and even more specifically American, so there is a disconnection. So I can understand very simply, and I've always understood why it cannot exist as such in the context of continental Europe. And here I will take another example, Mr. Philippe Nemo. I will not promote the book because I already have, but Monsieur Nemo is, in a way, the French equivalent of the libertarians. The difference is that someone like Monsieur Philippe Nemo, who is an excellent intellectual, one of the best in the modern French context, in America he would be a great intellectual among many others. In France he's some sort of an alien, because there are other libertarians, but he's really one of the very few in the context of France. In America there are many intellectuals of his caliber, one might say, but they are less, they stand out less, because within the context of America they are more numerous, not just because America is more populated, because the ideology is more prevalent, even in spite of considering taking into account the decline and the progressivism, liberalism in a sense of left liberals, not liberalism in the sense of classical liberalism, but the socialization, the socialistic becoming of the US, and yeah. So what was I saying? Yeah, so yeah, I've realized here, because sometimes I've been really stupid, but I have becoming more clear-minded, that even the people, I want to say not even, but especially the people who embody the archetypes, the spiritual archetypes of each country, they are not even acknowledged or renowned in their own country. Here I will say what I think. I can understand why someone like Charles Murray or Jeff Deist or Ron Paul, they are not well known in a country like France, because the French, they are intellectual, they have become intellectually decadent. So I'm not surprised, but I've understood. But the Americans, they have become intellectually decadent as well. Yeah, here I'm talking about the elites. It has an impact upon the people as well. But I will formulate this differently. Because of the history, here I talk about France, the history of France politically. We expect the French for the past 2 centuries to be some sort of socialist. Even before the egalitarianism of the French Revolution, the kings, they were already some sort of centralist bureaucrats. Yeah, in the past 70 years there has been the influence of the Communist Party. Jean Robin here is one of the very few person who is clear-minded, like Philippe Nemo, like others, Monsieur Oberton as well, about the nature, the structure of contemporary France. Because he has an American mindset. Yeah, so yeah, so someone with a very vague political culture of about Europe can expect, here I'm serious, can expect that someone like Jeff Deist and the Libertarian cannot fit within the context either of France or Spain or Italy or even Germany, because of the historical importance of the workers' movement, the unions, and a form of collectivism, which is due to the ethnic homogeneity of most European countries. And of course in the US it has always been the case, but the United States is a country founded by people who were seeking individual liberty away from the collectivist pressure of the church or the religious oppression and bigotry of Europe. Here I have to trash talk a little bit Europe. That's my joke about white flight. Actually there were reasons, and the Americans, historically, the majority of the historical American white settlers, there were people fleeing away from the oppression and the bigotry and the tyranny of Europe, which was nonetheless more free than all the other parts of the world, but it was not free enough for people who just wanted to live free. Yeah, so I can understand why libertarianism appeals more to the Americans, because of partly socio-biological reasons, because of the Anglo-Saxons, they are more fit for liberties. It's partly true. The Germanic people, they have a more inclination towards liberty, because here it's not a random nonsense. I bought a book by Mr. I will show the book in another video, but I bought a book by a book by Satoshi Kanazawa and Alan Miller about the Japanese people. I have not read the book yet, but they talk about order in Japan and why the Japanese people is so compliant and so obedient. They are very skilled, very intelligent, very hardworking, very disciplined people, the Japanese, like the Germans, but they lack a sense of individuality. So the Japanese, they are a great people. They have achieved a great thing. They have a high culture. They are very. I'm not an expert in Japan, but I know enough to know that it's really a great country historically and still to this day, which has achieved great things. But the Japanese, I don't know. The book, I know it's a good book. I haven't read the book yet, but this book explains the socio-biological reasons why the Japanese are so inclined towards, in a form of collectivism, but not socialist economic collectivism, but in the form of a ideological, I don't know how to define this, collective discipline, which can be good, but it can bring about lack of creative achievement on the part of the individual, and this is a tendency that the Germans have shown as well. I will not illustrate with historical examples. Yeah. So, in the sense, the Anglo-Saxon, I already said this, I think, during the video, the Anglo-Saxon, they really stand apart from the Germans for the good. It's not very often that I will praise the Anglo-Saxons over the Germans. No, but if I'm honest, yeah, there is a sense of individuality among the Anglo-Saxons, and not, I mean, to a certain extent among all Western peoples, more than others, but even more among the Anglo-Saxons. And it cannot be purely sociobiological, because the Danes, the Northern Germans, the Scandinavians, they are strongly connected with the Anglo-Saxons, but the Anglo-Saxons, they are more inclined towards liberty, and it's partly sociobiological, anthropological, but I guess also partly cultural. Yeah. So, yeah, about the quantitative determinations. It has deceived me for a very long time, but actually I have realized, it has taken me a long time to realize this, that the people that I spontaneously follow and I am interested in, when it comes to economics, these are the libertarians. When it comes to politics, those who produce most often content, these are Jean Robin, Apollonian Germ, and the libertarians, of course, but Key Foods as well. I haven't been following him consistently, but yeah, these people, their ideas are very interesting, with different views, but they are clear-minded. But I have realized that these people, they have a very small influence, because intensity and extension, I see the truth in a way. It doesn't mean that everything they say is true, but it's, if you had to quantify, it's significantly more true than most of what most other people say. I see the intensity of the truth, or the coherence, or the clarity, or the intelligibility, or the depth, or the interest, or the intelligence of what they talk about. But only recently I've understood that it's, of course, it's not very well extended, precisely because I have, if we had to use the category of logic, I would say quality versus quantity. I tend to focus more on quality, in a sense. Is it intelligent? Is it interesting? Is it valuable, etc.? I am very influenced by this. That's my literal aspect, which is common to a lot of autistic people, but I do not focus, because of that, on the quantitative aspect, and eventually quality and quantity, which can be translated as intensity and extension. Intensity is a quantitative determination, but what is intense, which means contains a lot of truth, which means it's, if we had to qualify the quantitative intensity, it would be truth, intelligence, clarity, enlightenment. The intensity is not yet extended because it takes time to unfold. And in another field, philosophy, of course, I sometimes watch Matthew Siegel, Footnotes to Plato. These are some of the very best lectures or conversations that can be found on the entire internet. I know this because if there were more interesting conversations about philosophy, I would have found them. Maybe there is a few channels, but actually someone like, no, I know that Matthew Siegel is, among the official philosophers, is the best. I can safely say this. Among all the philosophy teachers on this planet, he's probably if not the best, one of the very, very best, because he understands German idealism. And I recently, here I'm in a good mood to it's the middle of the night. No, it's midnight, 12 past midnight. But one of his latest conversation. Here we are now, the 19th of March, about process philosophy, where he talks about Spinoza and of course Whitehead. It's wonderful. It's fascinating. It's interesting. But I've understood. It has taken me a long time. But this kind of conversation, when I'm really tired, I just sit on the floor and I listen to great videos. The ability that to sit and listen conversations, intelligent conversations, it requires intelligence, education, time, of course, interest, and the overwhelming majority of people who have the possibility to do this, to listen to really interesting videos, either do not have the intelligence, nor the education, or the time, or simply the interest. I can understand why a lot of people do not have the intelligence simply because of the distribution. It's not derogatory, it's simply that there has to be people with high IQ, low IQ, so I cannot blame anyone. It's not anyone's fault if people have relatively low intelligence. It doesn't say anything about their personal worth, but simply they are not programmed, or they are not fit. It's not a judgmental, but they cannot, people with limited cognitive ability, they simply cannot enjoy, I mean, maybe they could, but they are not made to listen to certain types of views. And it's not really, here I have no grief of any kind. And the same for education. People who, for whatever reason, haven't had, do not have the cultural references, they can discover, they can be enlightened. And I guess that someone who is relatively intelligent and interested could acquire a culture by listening to Matthew Siegel. And I recommend for those interested to watch the videos of Footnotes to Plato if they are interested in philosophy from a formal standpoint, but also with profound insights. People who do not have the time, I can understand as well. People who have to raise kids, who have jobs to pay bills, I can understand. But a lot of people, they do stupid things with their leisure time. And those who do not have the interest, it's like the anecdote about the bell curve. Because I've asked myself this question over the past few months. I'm not talking about good or evil or morality, I'm just talking about the difference. I have realized that I am different from a lot of people for inherent reason, one might say. And I am willing to try to improve myself, to help others, or to try to enlighten others. That's what I consciously try to do. Will the consequences be as planned by the intentions? I don't know, but I would like to see as many people as possible to be enlightened progressively or eventually, but I've realized that there are really fundamental differences between humans, although the truth is the same for all and every thinking agent is capable of understanding the truth. But there are simply people who, even if they have the opportunity, they simply do not have the interest. And if you have to force adults, grown-ups, if you have to trick people or to force them or to try to influence them, it can be in a way some truth has to be made enjoyable to attract the interest of people. But if you have to arouse interest, that's what I will try to consciously. This is what I intend to do, because I have plans to make structured videos, here it's not that I've been scheming, it's simply that I've been working and planning, not in a manipulative way, but simply I've been working to produce contents which I intend to make popular eventually. So I have been working on the formal aspect. I don't know when people watch this and if they will have watched what I intend to produce, what they think. Well, I really not try to anticipate, but yeah, so I will try to make, I wouldn't say truth, but really intellectual rigor, really intelligible. Finally, that's what I've been trying to do, but actually I have understood more and more now that I have come back to an ordinary level of consciousness while still retaining my metaphysical view. So I will really, that's what I consciously intend to do in the coming weeks and as long as I publish videos. But if one has to make truth appealing, I can understand people who have never been interested in theoretical economics or theoretical physics or theoretical sociobiology or simply philosophy, that it has to be made accessible. Of course I understand, and this is, when I say the purpose of cultural Hegelianism as an ideology in a way, I can understand this, that there has to be an effort on the part of the people who possess higher knowledge or faculties, or that they have to work to communicate with others. That's what I've been trying to do, and I'm trying to improve myself to communicate more clearly, more simply, while not giving up on the intellectual rigor. That's not the case in this video because I speak off the cuff, as they call this, but that's why I consciously intend to do, to make serious intellectual work intelligible. Yeah, but the people who are not interested in the life of the mind and of spirit, people who are not interested in reading books or studying or meditating, not in a self-development way, but simply meditating in the sense of thinking, or who do not ask themselves questions, who do not seek the reason for things, and yeah. Because here I will just make an anecdote. I've said that I spent the past 10 years accumulating knowledge, and now I can understand what I did not previously understood, or that which I was not even aware of. For me, what I thought, and I still do, but I've understood more, is that if given the opportunity, the economic opportunity to gather knowledge just because it's interesting, I don't understand why people would not spend most of their leisure time, this is the economic opportunity, namely living in a rather well-off country, which is the case of the overwhelming majority of Western countries for most ethnic groups, namely even if you are relatively poor, let us say as a minority, you are a relatively poor Muslim person in Western Europe, or black or Hispanic in the US, or Southeast Asian in Canada, or native, etc. Relatively poor in the context of the modern Western world, you are still very rich compared to most people on this planet, and very wealthy compared with most people in the history of mankind in a chronological perspective. Because to be poor in the modern West, except the cases of really extreme poverty, people who are desocialized or really who have real struggle, etc., but to be poor in the modern context of the Western world is still to be infinitely more wealthy than a lot of people either in space or in time, because it still means to have access to information, infrastructures, quality food, we'll talk about this, not in this video, but we'll talk about the quality of food, because I've been working on this as well, improving diet. But yeah, the people who have the opportunity, and the overwhelming majority of people have realized this as well. I have had a tendency to have a leftist view of the oppressed, really to be a naive leftist, but actually the leftist narrative is either delusional or manipulative. The workers in the modern Western world, of course they suffer, it's very difficult, etc., but these are not the workers of 19th century England. Because here again, the libertarians, they bring common sense. The left, in their view, the modern West is like 19th century England or 19th century Western Europe, with the factories, the children working 14 hours a day, etc. No, in the modern Western world, except in the case of black labor, not talking about black people, I'm talking about the black market. In the case of I know that there are cases of almost slavery, they are enslaved Chinese people in Italy, and there are of course migrants who are really exploited by dubious, corrupt businessmen, etc. But these are very limited in the modern Western world. The overwhelming majority of people, even if they have really bullshit job or difficult job, they still have a relative amount of wealth which enables them to have an intellectual life if they were interested. But most people are not interested. I mean, a lot of people are not interested. So yeah. Yeah. Because the left, maybe that's the view that I've been deceived by, but the leftists, they tend to present the people that they want to protect, which actually means implement more bureaucratic rules, more regulation, more loss of liberties, etc. The people that they want to protect or to defend or to bring justice, to present them as pure, and I'm not saying that they are not good people, but there is an idealization of white leftists, of the other, whether the white leftists, usually they are middle class or high middle class white, so they idealize the workers. That's what they did in the 19th century up until the mid 20th century. They idealized the white workers, but actually no, it was not like they imagined. Or they idealized the other, the minorities, the non-whites, the oppressed of all sorts. But it's a fiction created by the mind of privileged white leftists. Of course, there are poor people who are genuinely oppressed by difficult conditions, but the oppressed in the mind, those who are oppressed in the mind of the white leftist, they are not as pure as the white leftist imagines them to be. They are not as bad as racist, really in a negative sense, racist right-wing white people imagine them to be either. They are usually just normal human beings with the differences of ethnic differences, cultural differences, cognitive differences, etc. But they are not better or worse than most other humans. But the left, I've realized this, the white left, they tend to idealize, not in the philosophical sense, but in the naive sense, to idealize the other, as they call this, to downgrade their own social or ethnic group or social culture or their own civilization. They idealize the other so that they can have a standard, an imagined standard of purity or goodness or virtue, whatever, they can use to trash talk their own social peers or the lower social class. So they use the other, whatever it is, the female or the native or the transgender or whatever, the oppressed as they envision this. There are cases of oppression, yeah, but they create a fictional view of the other that they have to protect against oppression, and they use this to attack, consciously or unconsciously, their economic competitors, the working class of their own ethnic group, or the peers of their own social class, which have different political or moral or religious views. I understand a lot about white leftists. The scheming white leftists. Not all of them, of course, but the political white leftists. And yeah. Because I think like them sometimes. Today, these are fresh thoughts. I already had these thoughts, but it's becoming clear. I've read that actually, I may sound like a right-winger sometimes, but actually a significant proportion of my mind and my soul maybe is structured by the categories of the white leftists. So whether I like it or not, whether I'm aware of it or not, I am partly a white leftist, but in the modern context, I have to be. I don't like politics, but I have to be a right-winger just to bring balance. But actually, in normal conditions, I might be tempted to drift towards the left and maybe to become an insane white leftist, like the people who dominate this culture. And I have to turn into a right-winger just to bring balance, but actually spontaneously, I have a tendency to be a white leftist, I guess. Which historically is what I've been through my intellectual development between 2013 and 2016. Which, yeah, I will conclude about this. I agree with a lot of ideas of white leftists, but actually, this is actually the story of my political development. It sounds good on paper. They are full of good intentions. They are good-hearted. They are good people, most of them. But they are just, sometimes they are very dumb and very naive, and the white right-wingers, they are here to bring a check and say, no, you are deluding yourself. You need a little bit of realism, racial realism, cognitive realism, economic realism. So the white leftists and the white right-wingers, most of them, they are good people. I will here speak not words of wisdom, words of I knew this since a long time ago, because basically I'm a Spinozian. If I wanted to make a Hegelian joke, I would say I am partly a Spinozian. I'm a part of the substance. That's a Hegelian joke. Which part? The best part. That's a joke. What I wanted to say. Yeah, I'm influenced by Spinozian view, actually. I will probably talk about Spinoza in the coming videos. What was I saying? Yeah. Yeah, seriously, I know that if I could speak individually with any person who is an intelligible, intelligent being, intelligent humans with whom I could communicate either in English or in French, or it would be difficult, but in German, or through a translator, or through written word, or whatever, if I could communicate peacefully with any person, I could understand this person, and I would have no problem with this person if I could peacefully talk with any person of any origin, any social background, any level of intelligence, any culture. If I could individually speak peacefully with this person, we would come to an agreement. But the problem, the tragedy, that there are 8 billion people on this planet, I cannot speak individually to 8 billion people. It would take, it's impossible in terms of chronology. Because that's what I've developed as a thought, but I know I would say part 2, I know it's true that communication, it's really dumb psychology, but actually it's true. Communication, reciprocal exchange of experiences through the spoken word in a peaceful and stable context, it can appease and bring relief to a lot of suffering, and even people that I might spontaneously dislike or not be attracted to, if we could get to know one another through an intellectual exchange in peaceful condition, we would come to agree on the fundamental determination. I wouldn't say we would be friends, but we would probably respect one another. I know this is the truth, but empirically I cannot speak individually to everyone, and I cannot even speak individually to many people because I have work to do. When I speak, I communicate potentially to everyone who understands or who is interested, but I cannot speak individually to everyone, and the history of my life over the past 14 years consists in saying that I cannot even speak individually to many people or to anyone at all on the topic that interests me, because there are limitations, I might say. So, yeah. Zizek speaks about this. If you heard the story of anyone, if he took the time to explain his story, you would, I would say, you would be friend, but you get to if not love, at least to show kindness to this person. Of course, that's why Stephanie is such a great person, because I will conclude what I had on my mind over the past few years, past few days, which is the result of the past few months, the past many months of adopting a different perspective. My development has been toward individualism, because I think that individualism is genuinely good, and historically this is the ideology of the West. Ideology here, it's not derogatory, it's the culture, one might say. The culture of the West is individualism. What distinguishes the West, of course, empirically the West has been and still is overwhelmingly white, but it can be universalized precisely because the West is a culture, it's a civilization which can be adopted potentially by anyone. But of course there are empirical limitations in the sense that Western civilization, anyone can become a Westerner for the better, for the worst as well. But for the better, anyone can become a Westerner, but it nonetheless requires original Western people, namely European people, namely white people, to sustain the civilization. But potentially it's open to everyone. That's the libertarian view. That's the Christian view, in the good sense. That's the civilization of individualism, in the most noble sense. As opposed to the example of the Japanese that I've just given. There was a book written about this. If I have the time to read the book, maybe I will talk about the book, but I think I will. I think that I intend to promote the book. I will show the cover, etc., the references, but the Japanese is an example. It's valid for China as well, and for Korea, and for all other peoples. But let us here take the example of the Japanese people about which a book was written by Mr. Kanazawa and Alan Miller. They are a great people, and they have a great civilization, a great history, a great culture, etc., etc. But they lack the sense of individuality, which makes the Western experience unique historically, and which explains historically why the West has come to dominate all other civilization inhabited by people which have a higher level of intelligence, namely Eastern Asian countries like China, Japan, Korea, because of the creative aspect of the individual. It's okay, I simplify, really here I simplify, but it's okay for a Japanese person to live in a collective, I would say collectivist, but in a collective society. It's a tautology. What I try, collectivist, it implies economic control of the means of production. No, but the term that I'm trying to explain, it's okay for the Japanese, empirically, historically, to live with a collectivist mentality. That's not the proper term. You get what I mean. If you are relatively intelligent, you understand what I talk. To subordinate the individual to the group. It's okay for the Japanese and the Chinese and in the tribal societies of Northern Africa or the Middle East and most human societies, actually, it's okay to subordinate the individual to the tribe or the group or the political entity, in the case of the communist bureaucracies which have succeeded partly in countries like China. As far as I know, that's partly how it works. I mean, it cannot be a purely bureaucratic society. There are still ties of community, but I've bought books about this that I have started to get interested in. But yeah, to subordinate the individual to the group, whether the group is the tribe or the political party or the religious community, in the case of Muslim countries, I simplify. Because the ethnicity, religion, politics, the economic class, they are all intermingled to a certain extent. So it has been empirically the way of living, and the way of living well for a lot of countries. The shining example is Japan, but there are other countries which have succeeded historically. It depends what you call success, but from a Western perspective, Japan is the most successful country outside of the West. From the Western perspective, the traditional Western perspective. I simplify, I'm not even sure that it's true. It's the middle of the night, but you get the idea. So it's okay, I simplify, it's okay for the Japanese to live in a collectivist society in the meaning that I defined, where the individual is subordinated to the group, to the discipline of the group. It's okay. I mean, I'm not saying that it's enjoyable for every person, and there are a lot of suffering in the Japanese society, like in every collectivist society, but it's relatively okay. But for the Westerners, it has never been okay, because the history of Europe is the history of the revolt against attempts of any authority to exert too much pressure on the eventually what would become the rights of the individual. And it has been exemplified in England and then in the United States of America the most. There is an inherent refusal, which is more intense in Western tradition, to subordinate, to be as individual, to be subordinated to group, to a collective authority which is not legitimate, or any group authority at all. But yeah, that's why anarchy, in the noble sense, which means the absence of power, anarchy I'm not talking about chaotic anarchy, I'm talking about ordered anarchy, is one of the fundamental features, recurring features throughout Western history. And here I understand, I mean, I already understood, but I understand now more clearly the view of conservatives and libertarians. Why, for white conservatives and white libertarians, I'm not talking about the modern decadent conservatives, but the genuine conservatives, which in the modern context would put them on the far right. The Peterson type. Peterson kind of reintroduces a little bit of seriousness and prestige to conservatism, which over the past 50 or 70 years has been associated with leaning to whatever insanity of the left. The conservative over the past 70 years in the West is just the lefties. They say they make a list of insane wishes, and the conservatives say, okay, I will pay. That's the submitted husband. The wife gets a little bit crazy. I want a diamond ring. I want a diamond necklace. I want a luxury dress. I want high heels of a high brand, etc. And the conservative is the husband. Say, okay, here's my credit card. Take whatever you want. But then Jordan Peterson comes in and he brings a little bit of virility back. Yeah. You're a womanizer, Mr. Peterson. So yeah, conservative. Yeah, I understand why the conservative, the serious conservatives, of which the emergence of Peterson signals the reawakening of some sort of a vaguely serious conservative movement, namely people who are genuinely concerned about preserving some of the best aspects and not just let everything falls apart to just please the left. Yeah, so yeah, I understand why the conservatives and the libertarians and even the reactionaries, which are three branches of the traditional right wing of white people, are opposed to National Socialism, because National Socialism is really the example of collectivism. It's racial collectivism, but it's collectivism nonetheless. And yeah, that's why I understand why it receives so much criticism from most white people, really, because it's someone with a political culture. It's really at odds with the entire tradition of the Western world. You have to go back to partly Prussian militarism. That wasn't exactly that, but that partly Prussian militarism, or pagan tribalism before the Germans entered world history by defeating or invading the Roman Empire, or Sparta in ancient Greece. These are the classical example of a racial collectivist society, more or less consciously. Yeah, but I understand why it seems it's not why it's so at odds with the entire political tradition, because it is collectivism. I used to laugh about the libertarians, because here the libertarians, they have some sort of a subtle sense of humor, or a dubious sense of humor, because in a lot of libertarian books of really right-wing people, they blame the Nazis because they are socialists. It's kind of true, but what is, I mean, it's not comical, but what is subtle is that it's a way of saying, okay, the Nazis are bad because they are socialists. And then if you are a leftist, or if you are just an ordinary person, you say, that's all you have to reproach to the Nazis, the fact that they are economic socialists. And then the libertarians, I don't know what they reply, but I understand. No, more seriously, I understand why there is actually, it's a genuine criticism, is that nationalism, as exemplified by ethnic collectivist nationalism of the 20th century, it's fundamentally opposed to the essence of the Western tradition, which is actually the soul of Europeans in the realm of objective spirit, namely a sense of individuality, a respect for the inherent rights of the individual, which is the very Germanic Teutonic tradition, namely here I know my history. Arminius, the guy who the German who kicked the Romans out of Germany in 9 AD, the legions of Augustus, they were disposed of by the Germans led by Arminius. And I know the story, the Germans then, they got rid of Arminius because he wanted too much power, and the Germans, they had their aristocratic pride, and the Germanic aristocracies, they always had a strong sense of self, and here Germanic aristocracies means Northern Italy, France, partly Spain, Eastern Europe, the Germanic countries, and eventually the British Isles, the British Islands, and then the US. Aristocracy here, there's the political aristocracy, there's the blood aristocracy, there is the economic aristocracy, but actually historically the sense of individualism in the most noble sense has been a struggle of the aristocrats, the nobles, the nobility, the Germanic nobility, the blood aristocracy in all the countries where Germans settled in Europe, namely most countries. They had a sense of pride in the good sense, namely a sense of individuality, and they refused to let the kings or the emperor or the pope or the emperors, whatever emperors, Austria, Hungary, the Holy Roman Empire, the Tsar, I don't know here the full history of all, because the full history of political Europe, because that's not the most interesting, but I mean, it's the most interesting, but it's not the most interesting aspect of European history. There's the history of the people, the history of ideas, the history of philosophy, literature, art, etc., etc. It's more interesting. But yeah, the strong sense of individuality of the historical Germanic aristocracies has always been a source of tension and a struggle against all attempts at centralizing power, whether by the Pope, the Emperor, or the kings. Yeah. And here, the English, they embody and represent common sense. Common sense is a very English virtue, as opposed to the insanity of the Germans, which have good aspects as well. But the English, and by extension, eventually the Americans, with independence of the British colonies on the Northern American continent, they really represent common sense against the excesses of the French and the Spaniards and the Italians and the German, various types of excesses, religious, political, whatever excesses. The British, the English, they represent common sense and the proper measure, the proper balance in a realm of politics against the excesses of all other European peoples. Yeah. Okay, I will stop, I think, now, because it's almost 1 a.m. Yeah. So I think I intend to now make maybe another video like this where I talk, but then I still have to clean my room, work on myself, and then I intend to produce structured videos, content, and I have not talked about God. I just conclude what I've been doing is, yeah, I will conclude to explain what I've been doing and what I will keep doing as long as I experience myself as an individual, I guess. I have realized at the end of 2022 that in spite of all my efforts and all my attempts, I had completely failed to communicate. Because, yeah, I will make a remark, my channel, I have more videos published on my various channels than subscribers, and I have had almost no replies. I don't know who watches my video, what do they... I could speak about the statistics. When I publish long videos, I discovered this at the end of December, I think, or early January, I don't know, but basically when I publish very long videos, people, they watch maybe 10 minutes or sometimes 30 seconds or 10 minutes, and then they don't watch the rest. So why bother? I have to make shorter videos, but I don't want to be a TikTok influencer. I will, as long as I can, and I intend to promote intellectual rigor, which is not the case in this video, but that's my intention, to change. I try to be realistic about the average attention span of humans, but maybe I have the excess of, I wouldn't say arrogance, but the presumptuous, to believe that if I can get some people hooked to my content, they can switch their mode of consumption. Yeah, that's what it's come down to consume intellectual content. Yeah, and to learn to, if what I produce is genuinely interesting, to sustain attention for a longer time, even if it means the video has to be watched in different settings, because this is what I do. When I stumble upon really a good video, I can sit and sometimes take notes. I don't say that you have to do this, but when I find a really good video, sometimes I take notes, or I just focus and listen and maintain my attention. Or sometimes there are videos that I've rewatched several times over the years. Yeah, so yeah, what I wanted to say also is that in order to communicate what I want to communicate, I need to sustain the attention of the other, because sometimes I tend to overcomplexify or to extend too much. But when you have something important to say, it requires a minimum of attention. Yeah, so I have at least 5 or 6 projects of videos which are rather structured that I intend to publish in English. Then I will have to speak in English, in French. And yeah, what I want to say is that I have come to a point at the end of 2022 where I realized that I had no conscious control over anything except myself as an individual. I had spent an entire year from February to November and December trying to communicate, to reach people. I had failed to communicate on my own terms. What I've just said, I mean, not just to make a 2 minutes long video or a 5 minute long video. I done this sometimes, but a 2 minutes long video to try to just attract attention. No, but seriously, to communicate in a different way, just the length of the videos, but because in some of my more developed videos I try to communicate complex ideas which are worth considering and thinking about, not which are supposed to arouse the interest in thinking more, I would say more rigorously, or thinking differently at least, or to adopt a new perspective. But I had consistently failed, so I had come to a point where the world is so complex. There are so many events, so many information, so many stimuli on all levels. My singular life, the news, events all over the world, tensions, conflicts, problems, that I have consciously realized that I cannot control any of these events consciously, what I can control consciously more or less, because there are some unconscious processes within the mind, within the body, but at least I can have, what I have the illusion is a conscious control over myself as an individual, and I can work to order my immediate environment, more self-reliance, more independence, more autonomy, more supplies, order. I can do this, I can interact with my immediate environment. That's what I've been doing consistently, and what I intend to keep doing as long as I can on a regular basis, just to maintain a balance, to spend a portion of my day focusing on my singular self. But now I have come to a point where I have cleaned my room and I see that there are problems everywhere, and that I live in a constant state of pressure because there are information and there are problems everywhere. And I have decided at the end of December that I would no longer try to adapt. I mean, I have to in a way, but not try to reach other, but try to work on myself, and to be what I call to become my own center, and to speak on my own terms. Namely, this, I have decided to try to stop trying to reach people that I don't know if they get the message, if they are interested, if they understand. There are so many uncertainties, so I have focused on what is more certain, in a way that I can influence myself immediately. That's what I've been working on, and yeah. So this is what I had to say. The video is more than 4 hours long. I will end the video now. I don't know when this will be published, probably in the coming days, but now I will go to sleep. Then I will keep cleaning my room, and then I have really interesting content to share, ethics that I've been working on, lectures that I intend to make, other videos, but the world is so infinitely complex. It's like an ocean of information in which I am trying to swim and not to sink, and I try to cling to a floating piece of wood, not to sink into the infinite amount of information. That's one way of representing how I envision things. So I have tried, and I will still try to find stability within my mind. For here I speak again for the people who have been following me. On a psychological level, what I think has happened and is happening is that I am trying, I have reached a point where my individual self is stabilizing. I am more stable as an individual. The divide between the singular and the universal still exists for the scientific reasons that I've explained, but I'm speaking as an individual. I do not speak on the third person, my empirical self, etc. I speak me, that's Luca. Because I've understood that there are so many problems and conflicts, tension of all sorts, pretty much everywhere, within each person, between groups, in all domains, epistemology, economics, politics, ideology, etc. That if I am consciously my own enemy within my own mind, if I hurt myself consciously by dividing myself between my mind, my soul, my singular self, my body, it's too complex. So I have tried consciously and unconsciously to unify myself as an individual. I have become an individual. I still have a lot to improve in terms of competence, autonomy and stuff, but I have concluded, I'm in the process of finishing to individualize myself, which means I have grown up, I have matured, I have become more responsible. I can still be a little bit silly and irresponsible, but if I had to confront the entire world, confront in the sense of how should explain, to become present in the world. It's already the case when I speak publicly or when I go out on a singular level, but to, how should I explain this? I've understood that the internet is a means to speak potentially to everyone. It's limited by technology, culture, etc. But actually, potentially, when it becomes public through the medium of instant communication, potentially everyone can access knowledge. And since truth is the same for everyone, at some moment, truth will emerge. But truth is not a finished article, it's a process. I've understood this. And yeah, I've worked tremendously on myself over the past few months, and I still keep doing this. I have improved on many levels. The world is infinitely complex. I have, let's say, plans. A lot of my plans a lot of inspiration for my plans come from this book and books like these. I've already promoted this book, but I have read more thoroughly and I have worked more intensely to try to bring something positive to the world. So yeah, the videos about autism have helped me a lot. I am not just that, I cannot be reduced to autism, but it can explain, it has enlightened me a lot. It explains a lot. But I have other aspects. I'm not just autistic, but it explains a lot of my past behavior and some of my tendencies. Yeah, and it means it's connected with Stephanie. I show a little bit of self-compassion for myself. That's self-compassion, because I've understood that there are things that I cannot understand or that I cannot do right, as I mean, it's considered right, not because of any deficiency on my part. I'm not seeking excuses, but there are some difference within me as an individual which are not moral deficiencies. They are just a different wiring of the brain, what might I say. Some of my weird and odd aspects, and negative here, negative means separation simply, not here, it doesn't mean moral negativity, it simply means differentiation. Some of my differences come from the fact that I have autism. It's not enough to explain everything, but it explains a lot. And yeah. I could say many more things, but here I'm a little bit tired, so I will stop the video. I don't know when this will be published. Maybe, or probably, I will have produced content, or maybe not, but I will have, I don't know actually, but I have a plan in my mind to do things which I believe are right and good, and my view is that I already have shared most of my references, but they keep being updated, so I intend to keep sharing my more updated references. But I will share, I intend to share all my ideas, my philosophical ideas, not whatever comes in my mind. Usually, yeah, I can make an anecdote. Usually when I'm smiling like this, I think about Caroline. Caroline, I thought about you today, and I said to myself, you are very often, almost always positive for me. Just thinking about you, it brings a lot of positive in my life. So yeah. Yeah, so I intend to share most of my philosophical ideas, all of my philosophical ideas eventually, and I said to myself, either they are good and it will bring inspiration to others, or they are not good, or they are too weird or too different, and at least it will force people to think and to improve. Here I will conclude. So I understood this probably end of December, early January, that negativity is not always evil, it's not necessarily evil. And Ron Paul again has helped me tremendously, because Ron Paul is the example of someone who is negative, not morally, quite on the contrary, but he's negative because he has views which are opposed to what a lot of people believe in. And the same is true for libertarians, actually. That negative, actually, a lot of most, or if not all, the people that I draw inspiration from or have drawn inspiration from, not all of them, but a lot of them, they are negative. It doesn't mean that they are morally bankrupt or morally corrupt. Most of the time it's the opposite. They are principled people, but they are negative in the sense that they are detached from the mass of the ideological spectrum. That's negativity in an epistemological sense, and in the sense it's good. It has helped me a lot to just understand that negativity can be good. Actually, most of the time it's good in ordinary life. To be negative means simply to detach oneself from the immediacy, and in this sense morality is the negative of nature, and morality is good. The negativity can be good. But I have been traumatized by experiences, and I have associated always negativity with evil. It's much more complex than that. It doesn't mean that there is not evil or suffering, but it simply means that things are very complex. Yeah. I have found a mode of being, when I say, which I believe is correct, is right, in the sense that it's consistent, and I have consistently applied this, and I will consistently keep applying this as long as I can reasonably do so. And I believe that this is correct. It can alleviate, that's my hope, it can alleviate a lot of problems. If I have good intentions, will it backfire? I think about this. Will I make, it's not a mistake, but will I make the how do you call this? The white leftist who always want to do good, but most of the time it backfires or it brings negative consequences. But I'm sick of trying to anticipate everything. I have to find my own center. I have to bring good ideas to the world, and I already have, but there is my secret document about ethics, which I intend to make a video specifically dedicated to ethics, about ecological ethics and home economics. And when I think about this, it sounds a little bit comical and very simple, but maybe it's genius. It's possible that it might be genius. It's so simple, It might be genius, I don't know, we will see, but this is what I've been working on unconsciously and then consciously over the past 3 months, while still completing my system more or less consciously. But my videos about home economics that I will publish at some moment, I don't know, it can be quite a while depending on, maybe it will be next week, as I record this for the 19th of March, I don't know when, but I have found, which is not written in Hegel, I do not read Hegel any longer, I have the memories in my mind, but I do not read Hegel. It's my own idea, and it can help a lot, it has helped me a lot, and I would say I'm in a good mood. It's an idea that I'm proud of, and if it can succeed, I'm quite confident in this idea of home economics, because it might sound comical or ludicrous, but it might be a good idea. I think it is. I know it is a good idea, but I know it's a good idea. The problem is not, is it good or not? It's how will people react to my good idea in the short term, in the long term, but we will see. As of now, I will sleep on the ground to renounce comfort, but I need to rest. And I will keep my daily routine. Autistic people, they need a routine. My routine is to go out every day, pick up the cigarettes, give food stamps with books, libertarian books or ecological books to give incitement to reading for people, to change their consumption behavior, to buy more local, etc. So I will talk about this more specifically, but I will keep doing my daily routine, buying supplies, becoming more independent, keep gathering knowledge, clarifying my thoughts, stabilizing my brain by talking to people, sometimes to just have the perspective of others, trying to be honest while knowing that honesty for autists it's a virtue, but for most people they do not like when people are being honest because it challenges their beliefs, so you have to be careful. It's not autistic people, they suffer because they have to become deceptive to try to fit in, because too much honesty sometimes it hurts others. So I try to be honest every time that I talk significantly with a person, but I already knew this, I cannot speak the same truth equally at the same time for everyone, because there are different level of consciousness determined by different level of intelligence, education, culture, etc., etc. I will try to consciously share views which are universal de facto, but to universalize, namely to consciously speak universally. I don't know when I will do this, but yeah. But I will stop talking now. It's been 4 hours and 30 minutes. I will rest. And yeah. Don't forget, if you are a native English speaking person, buy this book and offer this book. Apparently it cost $5. It's really excellent. Yeah. Also, I've made donations to the Ron Paul Institute, the Ron Paul Institute, the Mises Institute. Yeah. So I will rest and I will keep working on ordering my immediate environment and then producing content. Yeah. These videos are kind of a therapy for me because I can talk. I don't know who watches or what the people who watch it, what they understand. So I speak freely. That's the good aspect. That's another good aspect about me, the kind of autistic aspect of me. I speak, I exteriorize my thoughts. I'm a political virgin, in the sense that I've never talked about politics seriously with anyone. So here, what I mean is the political views that I have developed, they haven't been influenced by any conversation with anyone. I have listened to people, but I have never talked to anyone about politics. I have independently come to my libertarian views, which are, I have the right-wing luggage, what I say, in my mind. I have talked about politics during this video enough, I think. Yeah. So I just conclude that remark. What I consciously or unconscious, first it was unconsciously and then more or less consciously, but actually no, it was already conscious, but it has become more clear. I've understood that communicating philosophically to people, it's self-defeating because it's way too complex. There are a very select few minority which might eventually understand my purely philosophical views. That's what I have believed, that I have to go through the medium of politics, economics, sociology, which I find economics, it's a dismal science. It can help produce a good theoretical books, but that's yeah, I don't really like economics. And politics, it's a waste of time, a waste of energy. I don't like politics. Sociology can help, but if it's not backed up by biology, if it's just sociology, it's deceptive or delusional. It has to be sociobiological to explain the behavior of humans without referring to evolutionary psychology and realistic anthropology is delusional. But basically, to simplify, I have held the belief, and I still do, that the level of consciousness of people, even intelligent people in developed societies, or maybe precisely intelligent people in developed society, is so clouded by many decades officially of brainwashing that there has to be mediations and to bring clarity. That's what I believe, that's what I will that's what I will promote, to bring clarity in every field of knowledge: sociobiology, anthropology, evolutionary psychology, psychology at large, IQ, and then all the realms of objective spirit, the natural sciences, of course, religion, art, and philosophy. That philosophy is the totality, actually, but the truth is emerging in every field through the development of knowledge on the internet, etc. But what I offer for my own mental sanity and clarity is the view of the totality. It's a work in progress, it's a process, but yeah. Now I will rest a little bit and